What's up, everybody? Welcome to night 2 of the draft, rounds 2 and 3. This is, honestly, in my opinion, the best part because the picks come in quicker. There's 2 rounds, and especially in a draft like this where so many guys fall, so many good players have fallen. I didn't have time to prepare a best players available graphic, but let's just go through before this first pick comes up here some of the talent that we're looking at. Thank you everyone for joining the live stream tonight. This is going to be a fun 4 or 5 hours. But looking at the board, technically my top player available is going to be Javonte Williams, the running back out of UNC. But if you want to talk about positional value, Christian Barmore, I had a true first round grade on. Someone's going to get him. You've got Jeremiah Owusu-Koramoah, true first round grade. Tevin Jenkins, Samuel Cosmi, Asante Samuel. Those are 5 players with true first round grades. Keep in mind, there's only 22 players on my board and around the NFL with real first round grades. So that's 5 of the top 22 players. And that's not even talking about the guys with first to second round grades, guys that I would have been okay with taking in the first round. So that's where you get Creed Humphrey, Landon Dickerson, Pat Friermuth, Terrace Marshall, Kadarius Toney, Azeez Ojulari, Liam Eichenberg, Javon, Holland, Trevon Moehrig, Rondale Moore, Elijah Moore. So many talented football players. These first 15 picks, you're going to get some serious impact players. Kind of reminiscent of last year when we saw, I was hyping up big time the pick of the Bucs safety that now I can't think of his name off the top of my head, which is just a shame because he's a hell of a freaking football player. He's one of my favorite players in the class. I can't think of his name. Chat, help me out. Who am I thinking of? Wow. This is the biggest brain fart I've ever had. My goodness. But why Winfield, thank you. That was crazy. That's the worst name slippage I've ever had. I have them a lot, but that one was really bad. Yikes. So we do have a super chat already from JoJo Carter. Jamar Johnson and I were on the same track team together. Not the fastest person, but is a student of the game. Yeah, that shows. Las Vegas Crimson Tiger Eyes. Do I like it? It makes sense. All they do is take Bama and Clemson players. Broncos should go for Azeez. I would like that. Azeez to the Broncos. JB needs Cosmi, Eichenberg, or Walker Little for the Panthers. Yes, those would be great picks. Six o'clock. The draft is underway. We got Teddy here, of course, ready for round 2. You ready, buddy? The Bengals are going to get some offensive line for Joe Burrow. A lot of opportunities for teams. Not even opportunities, just it'll be fun to see, I guess, sort of how these team strategies are going to play out here. Some of the picks I criticized in the first round, they might come back and me say, okay, it all makes sense now. And none of those bigger than probably the Dolphins and the Bengals, who can really rectify taking linemen or taking receivers over offensive linemen with, capitalizing on the depth of this class. Logan Ping, thank you for the generous super chat. Apparently the Colts turned down a trade offer because it was too cheap. Chances it was the Pack looking for Farley or Newsome. Definitely possible. The Packers have traded up in every first round, and I know that they would have liked Greg Newsome. I'm not so sure about Farley. They tend to take any player with a injury red flag off of their board, but yeah, Newsome, I could have seen that. for sure. Also, thanks for the super chats, guys. I used to have a life. Sean, thank you, guys. So are we going to have 15 minutes of what's like fanfare, I guess they could call it, before the first pick comes in tonight? Hopefully they get down to business a little quicker tonight. Less time to kill. Asante Samuel Jr. to the Jets, says Alex Jakovich. We'll see. They had Jason Verrett in San Francisco, who's a shorter corner. You know, typically those Seattle defenses prefer longer corners, but I could see it. You know, the comparisons there with Jason Verrett. Nico Collins to the Packers at 62. I'd be pretty pissed. Very redundant with the players they have already. They need speed. They need like a real speed guy. They need someone that can dominate in the slot. If they could land Rondale Moore, that'd be pretty damn sweet. I used to have a life, says, do the 49ers draft QB in the 4th similar to the football team? Nah. I don't think so, because they actually have Jimmy Garoppolo on the roster, and I've said this a couple times, but I don't think the Niners are going to be shopping Jimmy Garoppolo. I think they go into the year with both of those guys at QB. Your Eagles want JOK. Yeah, dude, if the Eagles come out of this draft, all Howie Roseman criticism needs to be put on pause. If they come out of this draft with an extra first-round pick, Devontae Smith, and then either Asante Samuel Jr. or JOK, I mean, my goodness. Who goes first, Barmore or Moehrig? There's a lot of reports that it's going to be Tyson Campbell out of Georgia. I don't know if that's going to be true or not. I wouldn't like that pick, but I think they should take a tackle. I really do. If I'm the Jags, I'd grab Tevin Jenkins or Samuel Cosme maybe, and just tell your two tackles that are there, just tell them you guys are going to go compete at left tackle, have fun. Taylor and Robinson. Who do the Lions pick at 41? Lions in the house. What's up, my man? Well, they went Sewell, so I would keep an eye on, you know, if JOK was there, that'd be amazing for them. You know, Moehrig or Javon Holland would make sense for them. A lot of different directions. If Barmore started to slip, I could see them go with Barmore. They got some options. Yeah, Terrace Marshall, receiver, could work for sure. I kind of forgot about that. Could look for a Rondale Moore or Elijah Moore. A lot of options for Detroit. Crew neck is fire. Thank you, John Franco. From Carp Fish, super chat, thank you. Any predictions for Atlanta? Well, the running backs are gone, so you don't really have to worry about that. I bet they start going defense. I could see either Moehrig or Holland there for them. They could use some safety help pretty bad. Could see an edge pick, maybe Azeez Ojulari staying in Georgia could be a pick for Atlanta. So I would say either one of the safeties or go with this edge group. So who's everyone's favorite pick from last night? Mine's either Darrisaw or Fields, I think. Teddy looks fresh in the merch. This is actually a TFGF creation. We don't currently have TFG dog merch available yet.
Didn't know there'd be a market for that.
Yeah, maybe we need to start cranking these out. Trying to keep a lot of Slaters. Whew. Those super chats fly on in, or just the chats. Oh, From Joker, back again with the Super Chats. How's it going? Hope you slept well. With Old Man Willie Brown passing, who do the Raiders get to make the announcements for them? I guess I hadn't thought about that. But I don't know. Are they gonna pick someone? We'll see. And for sure, Joker, we can be in touch. Is this the Hall of Fame class coming out? Are they booing Goodell? Wow, there's a lot. Are those all people? I couldn't tell if those were people or like... Why are you laughing? Thank you, Lucas. That means a lot. I appreciate you saying that. Definitely proud of all the work I put in for the draft every year, but this year was a lot of grinding. Same thing to you, Matt Hunt. Thank you. Appreciate you. They call that? Is that all people or? I guess it is. I thought maybe it was like a row of flowers or something. Look at all those chickens. Brandon, I see you. Thank you. You repping the merch tonight, Brandon? Might as well take a second before we get started to remind you guys the TFG merch is available. The link's coming at you right now. The sweatshirt I was wearing last night, I wanted to wear it again, but TFGF wouldn't let me. She said, you gotta show them that you wear something else. But I'm telling you, dude, that sweatshirt is so clutch. Raiders are going to have an elite draft this year. Already started out great with the best alignment in the draft. RIP. We need a soundbite for that.
No, God! No, God, please, no! 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 No!
Diana Setness, thank you for the super chat. Very kind. From Rye Myth, Tevin Jenkins across from Mekhi Becton. Ooh, that'd be nice. With AVT in the middle there, McGovern. Huh. That'd be such a great way to build around Wilson. I would love that for the Jets. JOK to the Broncos would also be nice. It'd be very nice. It's already midnight in the UK. I know the feeling, Tom Walsh. I studied abroad in London and during the NFL playoffs, so I was up central London, up at like 5 in the morning. Jags are on the clock.
Not bad for a running back.
Jags took ETN at the end of the first round, questionable pick, but there's so many players on the board right now that they have a chance to, you know, say they go Barmore here or Friermuth. Depending what they do here, they have a chance to make it where one of those situations where, in my mind, it's like if you just flip those two picks, I can get behind it. And I will say, for ETN, getting that 5th-year option ain't too bad, because the second you got to start paying these running backs, they lose all their value, right?
He agrees.
You agree that running back getting that 5th-year option is a good idea? Yeah? Do you think the Bengals should draft a lineman for Joe Burrow? Do you like Joe Burrow? Tell me. Yeah? You like Joe Burrow? Tell me. I can't get him. I can't get him to talk. KPH, thank you for signing up on Patreon, man. It means a lot. Appreciate you. Who do I think Denver grabs on day 2? Denver's in a weird spot, but I think, you know, if JOK is there, Nick Bolton, those are two players that I think they'll potentially have their eyes on, kind of that athletic linebacker to put there next to A.J. Johnson. I wouldn't be surprised to see them go with an edge player as well. It's an underrated need for them because Von Miller's kind of, you know, I trust Von Miller to come back this year, but you're always planning for the future. He's getting up there in age. There's a lot of rumors that this was going to be Campbell from Georgia, which I don't think it's bad value necessarily, but the Jags just signed. Oh, we got another super chat. Wow, Mr. Eric, thank you. Super generous, man. Thank you. Appreciate it. And the kind words. Appreciate you, Mr. Eric. He's got the Patriots logo. Excited for Mac Jones, Eric. Connor Lee out there in London, or out there in somewhere in England, I think. Excited to see my Packers draft Sage Surratt and the Raiders draft Deontay Brown and Tyler Shelvin. Oh, man. So the Stokes pick has grown on me slightly. It's still just kind of like underwhelming. Like, if you're going to go corner, Asante Samuel's just such a better football player. Eric Stokes is stiff. He's not ready to compete right away. He could turn into a really good corner, but he to me is much more Trey Waynes than Jair Alexander. So, I don't know. We'll give him a chance, but just an underwhelming selection with the players that were on the board there. From Diana, 49ers at pick 43. Should it be a DB or a receiver, especially with the receiver talent available? I mean, unless you don't think Deebo Samuel can stay healthy, you got to keep in mind the 49ers, I don't know what the percentages are, but they're almost always in 12 personnel. So if you draft a receiver, they're not going to see the field a whole lot. I think you got plenty of receiving talent, to be completely honest. I would say you got to go with a defensive back. There's depth in this class, but it's slipping away. You know, the 49ers, like, I wouldn't be against them drafting third, fourth round or whatever, taking a receiver, but based on how they operate, I don't see anyone in this class that's going to really change a whole lot for them, unless you just really don't think Deebo can stay healthy, which, fair. I mean, he plays with such a violent play style. That could be the case. From Dunk Anya, which I think is just Dunk Anya, like basketball, which is a sick name. Otherwise, that could be a real name, which has a double entendre, which is sweet. But let's go Panthers. Thanks for the really great coverage this year. Appreciate you, man. Big pick for the Panthers coming up. If they can land a tackle here, ooh, if they can get like Cosme or Jenkins, that'd be sick. And then John Shepard, thank you, man. You think KC should go O-line, get that depth? Who's a sleeper pick for KC? Depends who falls. I'm probably not going offensive line. I guess they have a pair of seconds. So if you could get, who would be? This is definitely the part where I need to start pulling up the draft board to kind of pull out some of these names. But, you know, maybe keep an eye on like Walker Little for them, depending how they feel about his situation. Dylan Radoon, Sam Cosme, Eichenberg. If they could get one of those, I could go there. Otherwise, I think they probably like Lucas Niang, who they spent a third-round pick last year. I think that they signed so many dudes. I know there was talks about maybe playing Tevi at tackle too, so I don't think it's like a pressing need. I think receiver is actually an underrated need for them, and edge. So I would probably look at Luke Boston just said Bostrom and Tylan Wallace. And if that is for the Chiefs, I think that would be a great grouping in the second round. So the pick is in, and I can't remember if second, third night they walk the pick out. It looks like they do. Oh yeah, they have like the fans or player announce the pick. So let's see. There was Tyson Campbell rumors. I'm not sure how I would feel about that. Is that MJD? Here, sorry. Oh, Kevin Hardy, second overall pick by the Jags in 96. That had to be like their first draft. All right. So the rumors were true. Tyson Campbell to the Jaguars. So they... Sorry, I just need to take the mouse for just 1 second. All right, fine, take it back. They signed Griffin in free agency to a pretty big contract. They got CJ Henderson in the first last year. I find this fascinating. You know, Campbell's a really good football player. I'm going to give this a C pick. He's a good football player. You can never have enough corners. You need to have 3 good corners. And they don't have, you know, really anyone in the slot. You got Trey Herndon, who Jags fans at a point in time liked, but I can't imagine that hype train is still on board. You drafted Josiah Scott in the 4th, but it just, when you draft a rookie quarterback, I don't care if he's a generational talent. You got to do your job to give him everything he has to succeed. And the Jags aren't like deprived of talent on offense, but I would have loved a Pat Friermuth. I would have loved another receiver. Marvin Jones is not going to be there forever, and he's not even amazing at this point. The tackle situation, is it serviceable for 2021? Debatable. But grab a Tevin Jenkins. Grab a Samuel Cosmi. I like Tyson Campbell. They'll be very happy to have him. That's why I give him a C. I don't agree with that selection by Urban Meyer and the Jags. And yes, I do have Tyson Campbell highlights. So we're going to have highlights. Oh, I got to actually slide this down there. A decent amount of highlights tonight. Did I miss a super chat here? Just from Christian Nagel. Thanks, Christian. Yeah, Campbell's a good, really good man corner. His press technique is really nice. He's really fluid in his movement skills. He's definitely really, really good man coverage, which to me, this tells me something pretty significant, that the Jags are going to be leaning towards more of a, bump and run man coverage style defense here, which I like. I think if you have really good corners that can run that, I'm also really excited to see Shaquille Griffin do some more of that, because he didn't get to do a lot of that in Seattle, where he was just dropping into zone all the time. And they'll have 3 guys now, so it's fine. It's fine, but maybe they can still get a tackle at 45 and make everything right. But as a Jags fan, you're probably a little underwhelmed going running back and corner. So the Jets, I would take Tevin Jenkins here, and then all of a sudden, if you told me they ended up with Elijah Vera Tucker in the 2nd and Tevin Jenkins with that trade up in the 1st, I'd be like, hell yeah. I don't think they'll do it, but we'll see. I'm trying to think of where else they might go. I mean, corner could potentially be a spot here. I don't think they'd take Asante Samuel, but maybe. I am not drinking a shot tonight. But if I might have to do one if the Packers have a bad draft on day 2 again. Could be a long night for me. Although my expectations are about as low as they could possibly get. Yeah, edge could also be a pick here. Who would fit the edge group here for them? Ojulari potentially. He'd be a little bit light on the edge there. Carlos Basham wouldn't stun me for them because he's kind of that bigger bodied edge. There's some good players left on that edge spot. From Sam, thanks for the super chat. How would I feel about the Vikings at O-line if they were to draft Kendrick Green or any other top 10 guard? Yeah, I mean, all of a sudden you could maybe have a top 10 offensive line there. As far as Super Bowl chances, Kirk Cousins is still the quarterback. So here comes the pick for the Jets. But I do think they could compete in the NFC West, or in the NFC North. Elijah Moore for the Jets. Wow. Also, ZEZ, thank you for the super chat. That's an exciting pick. So the Jets, Joe Douglas, doing this thing the right way. You draft a rookie quarterback. You give him weapons. You give him help. Offensive line, receiver. There's not going to be any excuses there, right, for Zach Wilson. They see what happened with the Bills in the AFC East. Load them up on talent. I'm going to give this pick... an A-. So the only reason I'm not like overly ecstatic here, I think it's a great pick, obviously. It's funny how you got to justify like anything that's not an A. You got to justify the criticisms there, I guess. But you're gonna have to get really creative to get him on the field right away, because I don't think he's a better slot receiver than Jamison Crowder right away. So you're probably losing out on Crowder at some point, but that's okay. It's just good, solid pick. Build around the quarterback. I like it. I'm not going to have highlights for a lot of players, so I appreciate it, though. I'll put it here, so I... Super explosive player. Kyle Armstrong, thank you. $20 super chat for some beer. I appreciate it. There will definitely be some beers consumed next week once all this draft stuff is behind us. Gonna need, after 2 years of Green Bay picks and treatment of A-Rod, great content. Appreciate it. Appreciate it. But yeah, for the Elijah Moore... Ooh, a trade. We got a trade here. I keep getting distracted with the Elijah Moore situation here. Pick to the Broncos. Okay. This is probably for JOK, I would imagine, which would be, man, this Broncos defense with Surtain, JOK. Whew, that'd be nuts. I can't imagine anything else they'd be doing here unless they wanted like Kellen Mond or something, but that'd be pretty dumb. But yeah, as far as the Jets go, I will say that Elijah Moore, I'm sure that LaFleur sees very much Brandon Ayuk in that situation as a dominant catch and run option who they can scheme opportunities for. He'll get on the field. I don't know if he'll be a full-time starter for them, but he'll be a nice piece for them to have, and he can probably contribute as a return man too. Mitchell, thanks for the super chat. Has the J.C. Horn pick grown on me at all, especially if they get cost me here? Yeah, if they get, he's still... That's still earlier than I would have liked to take him. And it's not that I dislike the pick. What, I give it a B-? Maybe it'd be a B if you get cost me here. But yeah, that definitely helps. That definitely helps if you land the tackle here in the second. The one thing I will say about the Jets is I love the idea of putting Tevin Jenkins there. Slide AVT into guard. That would have been the A+ pick for me. It is weird that the NFL is not as high on Tevin Jenkins, like, to be honest. Do I think the Seahawks can find a dance partner? I'm sure. I mean, they've probably been calling this entire process of like leading all the way up here. Like, hey, if the board falls this way and this way, do you want to have a trade? All right, here comes the pick. From Riley, thanks for the super chat. Browns pick 59th. And QB's taken in the second. I'm assuming you meant any QB's taken in the second. I bet Kellen Mond. I bet there's one or two quarterbacks that go. Probably no more than, I would say one. I don't think two teams will take one in the second. Whether it's Mond or, what is it, Mills from Stanford? I feel like I got that wrong. Yeah, Davis Mills. Javonte Williams. Wow. Well, I knew he wasn't going to last long, but why trade up for a running back? It was a need for them. They probably see a lot of C.J. Anderson in Javonte Williams. C.J. Anderson in his prime. Contact, balance back, and be a good receiving back. Not the most, like... Man, J.O.K. there would have been... I'm going to give this a C. I like Javonte a lot. Melvin Gordon obviously wasn't going to be a long-term running back for you. It's hard to give it an F when they really don't have a ton of glaring needs. This linebacker class is deep. Hard to say what's going on with J.O.K., but he's another weapon for that offense, man. I mean, you have an elite offensive roster. You just happen to have the worst quarterback room in the league, which is just unfortunate. But the fact that, you know what, I'm going to change it to a C- because you traded up to do it. I'm sure they didn't give up too much, but it's probably like a 4th round pick. So the Dolphins pick is in. And if they can get Tevin Jenkins here, it's such an obvious pick. Dolphins fans are starting to get really frustrated with me because I'm so negative about them. But I can't possibly imagine passing on Tevin Jenkins here. And I know they pick again mid-round here. Oh, they gave up. They wanted to jump Miami from taking him. That makes sense. The Broncos wanted to jump Miami for Javonte Williams, so I guess that makes sense. But it's got to be, you have to take Tevin Jenkins here. I'm gonna be pretty critical. We'll see what they do at 50, but I don't know. I was trying to put someone in timeout for spamming. Okay, here comes the pick. So it is Javon Holland. Guys, please keep spoilers out of the chat if you're ahead of this or whatever. That's not fun for anybody. I will be putting you guys in timeout if you're spoiling picks, so I don't know how you're getting this information before me. I don't know if my TV stream is behind or what, but I'm going to ask that of you guys. Anyway, like if you're getting them from Twitter or something, like please stay off the chat if you're getting picks from Twitter. So Javon Holland here, I'm still going to hold judgment. Until the 50th pick because they could still get a good tackle. And I will take a quick victory lap on Javon Holland, safety number 1. So I'm just going to, take a mental lap around the apartment real quick for calling him safety 1. But this is still a very good pick for the Dolphins if they can still get a tackle. I'm going to give this a TBD grade. Just we don't need to give it a grade, just if you don't want to make the graphic. Because if they can still get a tackle at they pick again in like 15 spots, if they can still pull it off, I'm totally fine with this. I don't love their safety room, and I love Javon Holland. So we'll see how this happens. But if they miss out, and I think they will miss out on Tevin Jenkins, that was such a glaring need, I would have to give this a D or a D- grade because why are they being so stubborn to ignore that right tackle position? That is actually Tua's blind side. So we'll see, man. We will see how this all plays out for them. And yeah, the Eagles are up. The Eagles have the opportunity here to take Jeremiah Owusu-Koramoah or Asante Samuel here. Asante Samuel Jr. in the second round for the Eagles. I'm gonna have to buy back into the freaking Eagles, man. I wish I was higher on Jalen Hurts, but what a draft for them. You come out of here with a first round pick. You come out of here with Devontae Smith and now potentially Asante Samuel Jr. That's where you could really get back into the mix in the NFC least. We got to get Teddy his Bengals jersey. Oh, he didn't want his treat. Must be tired. So again, guys, if you're getting picks spoiled from Twitter, do not post it here because I will be putting you in timeout. If I can just figure out how to do it. I'm calling you out, Joe Williams. I'm trying to put you in timeout, but I can't figure out how to do it. Oh, here we go. I'm going to be calling you guys out by name. We're going to be getting them. So guys, other than the Raiders taking Alex Leatherwood, who was your least favorite pick of so far? You can include picks that have just happened. Cristiano says, call me out by name. I'll call you out now so that you don't do spoilers just for me to call you out. No, Josh Alstrom, you aren't allowed to fake it. I'm not going to be able to tell if you're faking it. If you're spamming like it's this player or just saying a player's name without any context before the pick happens, I'm going to assume that you're spoiling and you'll be put in timeout. So Peyton Turner, seen a lot of them for the worst pick. A lot of ETNs. Yeah, I think Peyton Turner would probably be it. I never really understood the buzz there with Turner. He's a good athlete, but there's a lot of good athletes at edge in this class. So Diana, why the lack of emphasis on O-line this year, especially with the depth of this class? I think the depth of this class is why you're seeing these guys getting pushed down the board. It's because they're taking other positions because they feel very good about who they can get later. This pick's coming in. And then Noah says Packers will be fine. Relax.
5 letters here, just for everybody out there in Packerland and yourself today. RELAX. Relax. We're gonna be okay.
I don't think we're getting a whole lot of RELAXing from Aaron Rodgers this year. Also, I forgot I should be playing the highlights on these guys. I'll roll some highlights for the guys that have just been taken here. Landon Dickerson for the Eagles. Wow. I don't hate it. I really don't hate it. So, it is fascinating that the Eagles of all teams. Ooh, a trade here. The Bengals are trading the pick to the Patriots. Wow, Patriots making moves for Mac Jones. Could they be going for JOK? But Landon Dickerson just got picked. My guess, and I'm going to give this pick a A-, just because I would have loved to see Asante Samuel there, but I'll give it an A-. So I think the plan here is they'll start him at left guard, because that's a gaping hole, and you put him at left guard, and this makes me feel better about the A-, because they have a potentially elite offensive line again, and they are giving Hurts a chance to succeed. Now, I will say that Jason Kelce's not getting any younger, so that gives you the flexibility to play Landon Dickerson, who you're not going to screw up his development. He's played both in college. He's played guard. He's played center. So you play him at left guard, and then you can potentially make him your center of the future. So I like that pick quite a bit. I just would have been even more excited for the corner, but I'm never going to knock a team for drafting a line. So I do have some highlights to play from. So Javon Holland was picked for Miami. And again, I'm just waiting to see if they can figure out that right tackle spot later. I mean, these teams keep pushing. We just saw finally an offensive lineman off the board. But these teams keep pushing these tackles down the board. They pick again in 12 picks. So I love Javon Holland. I'm going to take a victory lap, like I said, on having him as my number one safety, which was not a popular opinion at all. And he's the first one off the board. And I love how he's going to upgrade that secondary. That secondary just continues to become one of the best in the league. Especially if you get a step up this year from Noah Igbenogany, who they took first round last year. But if they don't get a tackle, I'm going to be pretty critical of that pick at the same time. What did I think of the Bears' aggressiveness yesterday and today? Did they just trade up again? I love the sense of urgency from Ryan Pace. And Christian Barmore to the Patriots. They had to have seen him as a first-round player. Wow, dude, the Patriots' defense next year. Oh my God. As a owner of Patriots Super Bowl odds, this is an incredible pick. I mean, you could probably tell Patriots flip it and picture Christian Barmore at pick 15, and you ended up stealing Mac Jones in the second round. That could work. I'm gonna give this an A+. I mean, that's a remarkable ad. This defense is going to be terrifying, and he's in a position where he doesn't have to defend the run. They can put him in on third down and just say, "Hey, Christian, go blow up the defensive line," and he'll do it. So him with Bill Belichick is an amazing pairing. You end up with 2 true first-round grades this year with Mac Jones and Christian Barmore. Wow. So the Bears coming up here, I imagine this is for a tackle to now pair with with Justin Fields, which I love the aggressiveness. You got your quarterback. Make sure he has everything he needs to succeed. Looking at you, Jacksonville. Maybe not doing the best job. Looking at you, Miami. Also, we are. Let's roll another shout out from Adam. Oh, it's not. Adam, how we doing down there in Chicago? Go Bears. Can't wait to see you next week. Maybe the ESPN broadcast is further ahead. ESPN. I'm on the NFL Network broadcast, so maybe they're a little behind. Yeah, I think they are. I don't think this guy was up to the stage yet. That's interesting. Okay. The pick is in. I imagine it's either Tevin Jenkins or Samuel Cosmi. Tevin Jenkins. Dude. Ryan Pace has won the draft. This is A++++++. Like, wow. Is Ryan Pace back? Incredible. You get Justin Fields, who very well could have been a top 5 pick in this draft, and now a top 20 player in this class. Unbelievable. He's going to plug right in there at right tackle. Not just give you pass protection for Justin Fields, but allow you to run the ball better, increasing the run game. So look at Tevin Jenkins here. Just mauling dudes. Man, Brett Coleman has to be just... These are like two of Brett Coleman's favorite players in the entire draft. I can't believe it. And I want to be honest, man. The Bears are a sneaky candidate to win the NFC North next year. If Justin Fields is any good as a rookie, the Bears have the best team in the NFC North. It's just about that quarterback position. Oh, it's OT, not DT. For it's too late, guys. Tevin Jenkins apparently is going to play defensive tackle. It's okay. Lighten up. TFGF is here, but she's not feeling the best, so not getting a whole lot of feedback from my right here. Just me tonight. Man, Ryan Pace. I need to congratulate Bears fans on Twitter real quick. That's a big deal. I really think if Fields is just serviceable, top 20 quarterback, Bears have a legitimate chance at the NFC North. Oh, Falcons pick is coming in. And I don't know what... the occasion is here. They're just pumping up Falcons fans again. lot of options they could go here. Richie Grant is the pick. Wow, Trevon Moehrig, man. Very interesting. I was definitely not as high on Trevon Moehrig as other people, so I'm maybe a little bit less surprised to see him slipping a little bit than other people. Richie Grant's a fun football player, so it's a great pick. I'll give it a B+. I think it's maybe a little bit early, and I would have gone Moehrig, but I'm not going to fault him too much for it. They probably, it's hard to say, too, exactly what they're looking for with their defense. We don't know exactly what they're going to do schematically. We know they're going to have some ties to Baltimore and the system there with Dean Pease, but it's possible they like his true range a little better. It's possible they like his run defense a little better. I can definitely get behind this pick. This is definitely drafting for need. That safety group in Atlanta is miserable. So it's a good pick. And they traded down to do it, right? They moved down from... They let the Broncos come up, right? When you factor in the trade down, I think you maybe go up to like an A-. Am I mistaken there, though, chat? Did the Falcons trade down? I should probably remember that. JOK is slipping for no reason. I wouldn't say there's no reason. He's a tweener type of player. And, I was kind of joking when I did it, but I was also partially serious when I moved him to safety on my board. Because there's only a select amount of systems in the NFL that are going to have a place for JOK to start, like, full-time. Otherwise, he'll be a role player. He'll be a dime safety guy that only plays 30-40% of the snaps. So I don't think there's no reason for him to slip. He's an amazing college player, but there's only so many, you got to fit him into like a specific, you got to thread him into a specific role in a certain defense as that kind of big nickel linebacker. Miami just traded up. They did. They're sitting there at 42 now. So if Miami, now that Jenkins is off the board, if they're now coming back up, and if this is going to be Samuel Cosmi for them, their entire draft makes sense to me. If it's not, I mean, maybe they have a different tackle that they like too. I don't know exactly who it's going to be, but that has to be the move. As far as Detroit here, on the clock, they could go in a lot of directions. They could go with a receiver. They could go with a linebacker. Maybe JOK here to Detroit would be an amazing pick. That's probably who I would take, to be honest. You keep him in that neck of the woods up there around Michigan. Although Notre Dame is Indiana, right? But same concept. He could bite some kneecaps. Miami traded up. It means the Giants have traded down twice in one draft. Dave Gettleman. I have started to really love Dave Gettleman, which is what a turn of events. He basically poked fun at the media for it, and now he's done it twice. Is Levi Onwuzurike in play for the Lions? Absolutely. A little bit redundant with Deshaun Hand, but because you'd be a little bit light at defensive tackle. That said, they did sign or traded for, what's his name? The veteran from the Rams. Gettleman or Gutekunst? I'll take Gettleman at this point. The thing I like about Gettleman is he's very honest, but he's very like, a couple times now he's he's talked to the media about like recognizing his flaws and adapting. He talked about after the year they took Saquon, he was getting ridiculed for it, and he was open with the media. He was like, you know, I've done a lot of like self-reflection, and I have done a lot more research about like modern analytics. We've hired some new computer guys, and he like jokes about it, but he's serious. And it showed up in last year's draft that he was adapting his style, and he's learning, even though he's an old, like, because I've never strayed from the path of saying Levi Onwuzurike to Detroit. So I'll talk about that in just a second, but you know, Gettleman's, I've never strayed from the fact that saying he's an awesome scout. His problem was just positional value. He was taking D tackles and running backs and overdrafting a quarterback. That they're still paying for some of those mistakes, but I think over the last 500 days, he was like, look, man, my ass was on the hot seat, and I'm gonna get fired if I don't change something. And he's done that. He's adapted. He's trading down now. He's taking positions of value. I still don't think the Blake Martinez signing was all that great, but beyond that, I mean, he played well for them, and he's done a pretty damn good job for the Giants. So for Levi to Detroit, I'm gonna grade this one at. I don't really have any problems with it. I'm just not like excited about it. I guess like B+. It's fine. It's almost exactly where he should go. B+ makes it sound like I dislike the pick. I just don't. I'm not like jumping out of my seat, and I try to be a little more critical to save those A's for the picks where I'm like really stoked about it and not Eric stoked about it. But it's a need. He's a good football player. He's a guy that opted out of the last year, so we didn't get to see his best season. There could be some hidden upside in there. That D-line is shaping up. It's just a good, solid pick. The Detroit Lions are doing exactly what I figured they would be doing, and that is pretty much sticking to line play, which this doesn't surprise me. I know Lions fans are going to be like, why did we not take a receiver? Well, if they're sticking to the plan of like, we're going to become a blue-collar, hard-nosed football team, you're probably not doing that drafting a receiver super high because they're not going to buy into that mentality. So they're just looking for guys that can come in and totally buy into the kneecap mentality, and they're doing it. So I'm with what Detroit's doing here. And the Dolphins have traded up for their guy. Liam Eichenberg is the pick out of Notre Dame. So we get their answer. They come up and get their tackle. And I'm perfectly fine with this pick. I don't really understand why the NFL doesn't like Samuel Cosmi, but Liam Eichenberg is quite possibly the most polished all-around just lineman in this class. His technique is absolutely phenomenal. The only thing with Eichenberg is it's just the traits. He's got shorter arms. He's about 300 pounds. He might end, like, there was a situation where maybe he could slide into guard, but he's going to be a really athletic pass protector at right tackle. And I think this explains the entire Dolphins draft. I will give this a B+. Sitting there with the 50th pick, did you need to trade up for it? Probably not. I think Samuel Cosmi is a higher upside, long-term tackle there for your quarterback. So it's still not the pick I would have made, but the process here to go get your guy at tackle is fantastic. And what this does do is explains the Jalen Waddle pick much better. It explains the Javon Holland pick much better, who they were clearly ecstatic about. And it explains the Jalen Phillips pick much better. As a whole, you can look at this draft and it's all come together now. So while this specific pick, I think it's great, again, Sam Cosmi, I think, is going to be a better tackle long term, but Eichenberg might be a better tackle day one. So I understand it, and that would crank up my grades on, this makes the Jalen Phillips pick an A. I think I like the Javon Holland pick much better, and even the Jalen Waddle pick, I think, is going to go up to B+. Just the draft as a whole makes a lot more sense. I like this draft for Miami way more than last year's draft. I think they got really legitimately great football players this year, especially with Holland, and if Phillips can be healthy, and Jalen Waddle. They got exceptional football players this year. I did not think that last year about really any of their top 50 picks. So I will say that about Miami. And that final grade, despite them kind of getting there in a different way than I think we mostly expected, the final grade of this draft is probably going to look pretty good for Miami. Lions is mad. Why take Levi O over a wide receiver makes no sense at all. Well, I think I explained that they're looking for that kneecap biting mentality. Like, it's not just a joke. They want physical football players. They want to reset the culture and reset the tone. I think long term that actually could play a bigger piece of turning Detroit around. And they still pick again at the top of the third. There's going to be a lot of receivers there for them. TFG coming around on the Dolphins was not on my 2021 bingo card. All it took was them to take a tackle. That's all I really wanted them to do. I like that they admitted that Robert Hunt is not a tackle. I think that was a big step for their organization. So we're in a commercial. I don't know who's on the clock. We've had all these trades. I've had a hard time keeping track of it. Cowboys.
Oh, I'm sorry.
The Raiders. Yeah. So this will be fascinating. We're in Gruden's comfort zone. Second round prospects. That's what he likes the most, right? They took Leatherwood. I wouldn't be surprised to see like Tylan Wallace maybe here.
Did you see Lions super chat?
Yeah, I got a super chat. I had just answered it when he probably hit send on that. So the timing was not great. He called me a duck. The Raiders in the second, third round are fine. It's the Raiders in the first round where they lose out on so much value. Because they've had some decent second, third round picks. Yeah, they should go JOK here. That'd be a great spot. And they go Trevon Moehrig. All right. So it's funny because if you just flip these, if you say they take Moehrig in the first and Alex Leatherwood in the second, all of a sudden their draft looks so much better. Amazing pick. This is an A. Good job, Raiders. I finally get to not make fun of you. I have to tweet out that, yeah, if you just flip this, their draft looks a lot better. So Moehrig out of TCU. A lot of people, pretty much everyone had his safety 1. I came out and put him safety 2 just behind Holland. We'll be excited to see him maybe play more free safety, true free safety, because he played free safety obviously, but not that single high Seattle Earl Thomas role, which he'll probably play for this defense. Fills a huge need for them. Jonathan Abram does not have to play that coverage role anymore, which is big. So that's a big upgrade. Big upgrade for that defense that desperately needs coverage help. And now we got the Cowboys in. This, I'm going to predict a Fetu Melifonwu here, because they kind of panicked and missed out on those corners. I can imagine their board pretty much went J.C. Horn / Patrick Surtain, probably reverse order there. and then a big drop off, and then they had this cluster of like Afetu Melifonwu and Benjamin St-Juste. There's a few of these big press corners that now they're like, well, let's just take the guy in the second round because that corner spot's rough for them. Asante for the Cowboys would be great. From the super chat there from JB, he's not really a scheme fit though. That's the problem, because they need a press corner for that system. And the pick is it's so hard to know when they're actually going to say it when you have the thing muted. Thanks for the super chat, Mike. Appreciate the compliment. So, who's the pick? Must be playing the crowd.
The suspense is killing.
Yeah, I know. It's the Cowboys. They got to play it up. Oh my gosh. So this is painful when you don't have the audio. I'm still gonna stick with Afetu Melifonwu as the prediction here. Or Kelvin Joseph. That also works. Kelvin Joseph's a really good football player. I think this is dodging a bullet if you're Dallas, because personally, I don't like Afetu Melifonwu. I think Kelvin Joseph is a much better football player. So almost just for the fact that I was so convinced that they were going to reach on a typical Dan Quinn lengthy press corner, I like this a lot better than that. So for that reason, I'm going to give it an A. Kelvin Joseph is probably, for this system, the only other player I'd be thinking of, and it was obviously got to be a corner, right, because of that need. The only other player I'd be thinking of would be Paulson Adeba. But Kelvin Joseph has a higher ceiling. I think you do need to coach him up on his press coverage a little bit, but he has the length to do it, and until he can do it efficiently, he can just run press bail, where he's actually really good. So I like that pick. I think Dallas has kind of reacted well to the board not going the way that they wanted. Now, asking him to start day one might be a bit of a learning curve, and you hope that he doesn't, it doesn't get to his head when he starts getting beat, but I think that's better than Afetu Melifonwu. How would I feel if the Packers take Asante in the second? I'd be ecstatic. Because then all of a sudden, he'd start in the slot. And that secondary could all of a sudden be one of the best. Walker Little to the Jags. All right. I told you guys Walker Little was going to get picked. Not that I was the only person that said this, but I know like the Draft Network, for those patrons out there that followed my 7-round mock drafts, I kept not taking Walker Little in the 4th, 5th round because for some reason they had him at like 200th. Mason says, Reach, I strongly disagree. This is almost exactly where I have Walker Little. I think he was the 50th player on my board. To me, this is an A pick. Not quite A+, but I've talked a lot about Walker Little. You guys have heard me talk about him as one of the best. He made my top 10 sleepers list, actually. The reason this makes so much sense is because you have Cam Robinson on the franchise tag, who you don't want long-term there. But Walker Little can develop for a year, get up to speed. This is a player that was a 5-star commit, had offers from Bama, all the best programs in the country. Went to Stanford, had a pretty solid freshman year, or sophomore year. freshman and sophomore year, and looked like a guy that was going to be maybe a first-round pick someday, if not a year later. But his junior year, he tears his ACL, fully recovers from the ACL, and was ready to go, but then COVID hits, and he has to opt out. So you have to seriously project his collegiate growth. But I think when he came out at his pro day at Stanford and had one of the best workouts of any tackle, you can really see that he's ready to get back on track. His college career got completely derailed, but you're potentially stealing a player that in most drafts would have been a top 20 pick. And I love the fact that he can sit and get up to speed behind Cam Robinson, who you've got in the franchise tag. I think that's a phenomenal spot for him. And some people are going to be critical of this because those draft simulators on the internet, especially the Draft Network, that everyone loves to do those mock drafts, you could always get Walker Little in the 3rd, 4th round. That was always BS to me. He was always going to be, if not a top 50 pick, definitely a 2nd round pick. And that's probably my favorite pick of the Jags so far. If you flop him and Campbell, not that you definitely necessarily need to do that, but now the Bengals are up, and you can get Samuel Cosmi here for the Bengals. You can get Cosmi, you can get Dylan Radunes. That has to be the pick. Or you go with like a Creed Humphrey or a Quinn Miners, but it has to be offensive line here. Come on, Teddy. Let's get Joe Burrow some pass protection, huh? Oh. I don't know if this... I think they're promoting something here. But a super chat from Shane. No winning TVs off of draft bets this year, but love the content. You got it, Shane. What was it last year? Was it... I can't remember what the bet was that you got from me, but I do remember that. You won a TV from your dad, right? All right, Bengals. Make it right. Joe Burrow's just freaking out right now. Like, come on. I don't want Riley Reef protecting my right side. Jackson Carman. So at least it's a lineman. I think I have occasionally mocked Carman to the Bengals in the 2nd round. In a vacuum, it's not a bad pick. This is appropriate value. But I think he's going to be a full-time guard. And I think that's fine. If you think Reef can be your right tackle, I will give it a C, only because at this point, I can't justify in my mind taking Cosmi over Jalen Mayfield, who's the same player but better as a tackle guard hybrid, if you wanted to go that route. But to get a true tackle like Sam Cosmi, a Dylan Radunes, I just can't personally justify it. Now, I love that they went tackle, but I don't know if they went with the right one or the right guard. Now, he can get up on the move. He can fill this hole, so it's not the end of the world, but I think they could have done significantly better. And now the Chargers are going to be up, and if you're the Chargers, do you take like a Jalen Mayfield, start Jalen Mayfield at right guard, and hope that Brian Bulaga can stay healthy? But if he can't, you have a right tackle that can play there. With Filer as well can do that. I mean, why not? Go from worst O-line in the league to potentially top 5 O-line in the league overnight for the Chargers. It's something to think about. But that said, the corner board is getting depleted. I would look at maybe Paulson Adebo. Would be a good fit. Oh my God, Asante Samuel for them. Asante Samuel for them would be... That's got to be the pick. I forgot that Asante Samuel is still here. God. If they take Asante Samuel, man, This guy's so good at football, and he is almost exactly what I'm drawing a blank on. Staley. It's almost exactly what he had in Darius Williams, is that short corner on the outside. I would go either Asante or Jalen Mayfield here for the Chargers. Logan Ping, thanks for the super chat. If Friermuth or Samuel fall to 54, does Indy pass on tackle for either of them? Samuel being... Why am I spacing on... Oh, Asante Samuel. I don't think I'd go Samuel there for their system necessarily, but Friermuth could be fine. But no, I think I would go, especially if Cosme's still there, I would go with the tackle.
Chat says Teddy doesn't look happy about the Bengals.
Are you not happy about the Bengals pick? He's scared for Joe Burrow. I know. I'm scared for Joe Burrow too. Like, why not go like Quinn Miners or Creed Humphrey? Did you take my phone so I can't tweet? I need to be able to tweet. I need to grow the Twitter on draft night too.
I just did it here, so it's
Oh,
not-
I thought you shook your head yes. Here, Teddy. They could still get Quinn Miners in Cincinnati. Yeah, they still could. They could still get a tackle there too. Who are the other quality centers in this draft after Miners, Humphrey, and Dickerson? The only other guy that I even like really remotely is the Illinois Kendrick Green, who's played some guard, he's played some center. He'd be the only other guy that I have any confidence in at all. I think, you know, you've got, what is it, Hill from Myers, not Hill. Hill is from Georgia. He's extremely raw. And then you got Myers from Ohio State, who I'm just not high on. I don't know, he's not really good at anything with Myers. Here comes the Chargers pick. The Chargers always take my favorite players. Dude, if they get Asante. There it is. God, I love the Chargers. I freaking love the Chargers. Holy crap. A+ pick. I can't believe. This is like Derwin James all over again. So they had as I mentioned, a short corner for the Rams with Brandon Staley coming over here. Darius Williams, who plays just like Samuel, super quick, elite mind at corner, reading route combinations, jumping things, the short area quickness, the ball skills. But Asante Samuel, he's just Darius Williams on steroids. Like, just athletically at the next level. That's an elite pick. The Chargers draft so well. They're such an underrated front office. They finally did a good job to address the offensive line. Man. I don't want to say Super Bowl quite yet because I've bought into the Chargers before, but wow. They're making moves, man. I'm gonna be honest. I'm not crazy about the Chiefs offseason. I'm not gonna predict that the Chargers beat the Chiefs, but I think that gap I think that gap's, you don't want to overreact on draft night either, but that gap is closing. Not to mention, another player that reminded me a lot of Asante Samuel was Chris Harris Jr., who's going to be, I can't think of a better mentor for Asante Samuel. I'm definitely going to be trying to buy some Chargers over props. And they've put themselves in a position where Herbert doesn't even have to be, an elite quarterback. He just needs to be Matthew Stafford. And they could easily win a Super Bowl if he's just as good as Matthew Stafford, which I think at this point it's pretty safe to say that he can be about that. Wow. So the Niners are up. Do the Niners think... Let me throw a surprise pick out here. Pat Friermuth for the Niners. Because these corners are flying off the board. The only other guy that would make sense would be Paulson Adebo, who I've consistently mocked here to the Niners. Just down the road at Stanford. Would be a great pick. That's probably the pick I would make. But what if they went Pat Friermuth here? Could be a sneaky spot to get another type of playmaker that they like. A catch-and-run guy, excellent run blocker. It's something I'd actually be thinking about pretty strongly here because you just drafted Trey Lance. He's going to have a lot of help there, but why not give him more? Pat Friermuth would be just another headache here. And he's not unlike George Kittle coming out. A little bit more raw, didn't produce a ton. Micah, with Asante Samuel gone, is there anyone that I could see the Vikings would trade up for? I don't think they're really going corner, to be honest. Easy, also thank you for the super chat, but I could see them coming up for an edge player. Maybe an Azeez Ojulari potentially. So the Niners selection. Oh, wow. Aaron Banks out of Notre Dame. This might be the most confusing draft pick I've ever seen. He's a mauling guard. I do like upgrading the offensive line. They clearly have a feel for what they look for. I'm lower on Banks. I think he's a poor pass protector, but I'm just a little confused on this one. I think I'll give it like a D+. I'll stick to my evaluation on Aaron Banks. Niners obviously have earned the benefit of the doubt, and they could easily prove me wrong there. But I didn't think guard was a massive problem for them. I don't know if he's going to be a guaranteed upgrade to the players they have there. He will move guys in the run game. But I would have gone either Pat Friermuth or Asante Samuel. Yeah, so I have on Aaron Banks, I have him way down the draft board here. I have him as my 14th guard with a 5th to a 7th round grade. So I'm as much as I always give the Niners the benefit of the doubt, I will criticize them for that one because I don't see it. I don't see it with Aaron Banks. He's a bit of a plotter. He's a pretty poor pass protector. Good run blocker, but he's also not like an amazing athlete. We'll see, though. We'll see. I trust John Lynch, but I'll also trust my own evaluations here. Shane Zupnick says, I'm a Niners fan. You have my permission to give it an F. Is that Ashe? Or is it Ashe? I always thought it was Ashe. Shane, are you Ashe? We're curious. Who's taking JOK? That's a great question. It's probably not going to be the Cardinals. I think they have enough linebackers. Would the Giants do it? The fall on JOK, though. If Dallas doesn't get Andre Sisco, I'm going to be disappointed. I wouldn't worry about it. I don't think Andre Sisco is some special prospect, personally. I think he's a good one, but I don't know. There's a lot of downhill free safeties. I don't see him starting for you right away, and he's fine. He's a little tight. He misses tackles. I wouldn't sweat it too much, Vinny, personally. The Cardinals, Rondale Moore. There it is. A pick that we can all get super, super excited about. Wow. I am so excited to see Rondale Moore in this offense. This is an A-plus pick. I wish I had highlights to show on Rondale Moore, because I don't. But in an offense that runs more horizontal passes than anybody, and a quarterback that's going to be at the exact eye level, which that's going to have to be a tweet there. You got your 5'8" Kyler Murray throwing to 5'7" Rondale Moore. I'm super excited to see his run after the catch ability that is, I would just say you will never see a run after the catch threat as good as Rondale Moore at the receiver position. Or I would say better than Rondale Moore. You might find players that are as good, but he's got ball skills. He can get vertical if you ask him to. But this is a playmaker that they needed. And I'm curious to see if they're going to be able to unlock him deep a little bit. And now the Giants, after they traded down, could the Giants go with Creed Humphrey here? Man, that would be a pick if the Giants land Creed Humphrey after trading down twice. Or even Quinn Miners would be outstanding. Can Moore stay healthy? That is the question. I think he can. I think it was pretty fluky stuff that kept him off the field. But it's a legitimate question. Do the Packers pick Atwell now? Not in the second round, no. Sending that link for the merch back at you guys, just in case you want to cop some TFG sweatshirts. Giants should take Aziz. That'd be nice. Aziz would be nice. You could also go with Joseph Asai. A lot of questions about JOK. Like I said, you need to basically he's a, let's say 28 out of 32 teams have square holes, and he's a circle. You need to be one of the teams that can plug his specific skill set into your defense. I think everyone agrees that he's an outstanding football player, but most 3-4 teams probably don't even have him on their board, to be honest, because he's not a linebacker in a 3-4 defense. He's a safety. So if you're a 4-3 team, you can find him in a certain 4-3 scheme if you have those big nickel packages that you like to run consistently. But again, there's 5-6 teams that consistently run true big nickel packages with that big nickel safety on the field all the time. So I don't think the Giants will take him. The football team already passed on him once, but here's another opportunity to take JOK. It wouldn't stun me. He's redundant with Landon Collins, but I think they could figure out a way to get them to play. The football team does run systems like we just described, but they already have their guy to play that role in Landon Collins. That's the problem. But the Giants do love 3 safety sets, but they have their 3 safeties. Now, Carolina at 52. Carolina at 52, keep an eye on that. From Shane, what would I think of Pittsburgh coming up? Thank you for the super chat. So, Pittsburgh picks... What do they have? 55, I think? The question is, who would they come up for? Like, Creed Humphrey, maybe, for sure. I would like it. I don't know if they necessarily have to, but I would like that. You could also come up for Cosme is still there. But if they pick in 3 picks, it looks like the chances of them getting either Creed or Cosme are pretty good.
Someone wants to know if the merch is a one-time thing or if it'll be around.
Oh, yeah, the merch is going to be around. So, it's here to stay. So, Mel Kiper has Ronnie Perkins, actually, as the best player available. He's another player that could make sense here for the New York Football Giants. Anyway, JOK falls to the 3rd round. It's certainly possible. I mean, we're over halfway there at this point. There's only 14 more picks to go. I think he'll go here in the next 10 picks or so, but... Oh, nice. I didn't realize Mel Kiper has Benjamin St. Juste over Ifeatu Melifonwu, which I agree with. All right, they're walking it out. I'm going to guess that they go with Creed Humphrey here. Oh, Darius Slayton's announcing the pick. I thought that guy looked familiar, but I was like, is that a former player? He looks too young. Azeez Ojulari. All right, that's an A pick. He's a first to a second round talent. Really good football player. They got the double-headed Georgia threat with Azeez and Lorenzo Carter now. His versatility is going to be awesome for that 3-4 defense. Yeah, just all around. You trade down, you get Tony, you get Azeez Ojulari. This has been an outstanding draft. This is the 2nd draft in a row that I would be very happy to call Dave Gettleman my GM for the 2nd year in a row. Which we've come a long way, because I at a time thought Dave Gettleman was maybe the worst GM in the league. And I think he was. I think he was for a while, but we went on a it's an A pick, babe. We went on a little Dave Gettleman tangent earlier, but I think it shows the record that I'm always willing to let people and players not even necessarily prove me wrong, but change their ways, become better players, become better GMs, and me not to just continue to dunk on them for their old ways. I think that's Dave Gettleman. He came out and admitted, I don't have the best understanding of positional value. I understand the fans' frustrations. I'm going to, get to use this summer to get up to speed and, figure out how I can become a better GM. And I think he's done it. Over the last 2 years, they've drafted for positional value. Here we see them going receiver and edge. Oh, chat said, I thought Azeez Ojulari was an edge. Well, TFGF is going off of the ESPN listings, which is totally fine. But thanks ESPN for that, for the outdated positional terminology. And now the football team is picking. Wow. Sam cost me. Whoa. But the Washington fans told me the Washington didn't need a tackle, so they must really hate that pick. No, that's an A pick. That's an absolute steal. I mean, it doesn't even need to be analyzed. I mean, you get a first-round tackle in the second round. I mean, seriously. Speaks for itself. They kind of needed a left tackle, Jerron Christian, who's fine, but like you're not banking on Jerron Christian to be your franchise left tackle. From JB, why'd they pick him right before my Panthers? Yeah, that hurts, dude. Panthers had a chance to steal the draft. So that one definitely hurts. Although, did the Panthers trade down with Cleveland here? Cleveland's coming up. Interesting move. Yeah, JOK here to Cleveland would make a ton of sense. I can't think of a whole lot of other spots that they'd be going here. Now we're reaching the point where these picks are starting to fly in. This would be... I love the idea of Cleveland trading up. I've done it in the first round. I don't think I've done it in the second, but I love the idea of them trading up because their roster is so loaded. Oh, yeah. How do you get a Cleveland Browns championship belt, though? Those don't exist. Man. Good second round for me. My Super Bowl futures are Browns and Patriots. You get Barmore and JOK. 2 first-round players to those teams in the second round. What if they take Jabril Cox? That would be pretty funny for me. But I can't imagine. I can't imagine that's what they're doing here. Who should the Titans take? Titans, I think, got to go offense. Either tackle, receiver, tight end. You have 3 positions there that are pivotal points of that offense, and they all need to be restored. So, Terrace Marshall, Pat Friermuth. Pat Friermuth would be hard to say no to.
This guy's going on.
He's still going?
Stance.
He's having the time of his life. Wow, that's a lot of people. Is that who plays Nacho? Jack Black. Is that Jack Black in there? JOK is similar to Jabril Peppers. Yeah, he totally is. Man, they gotta get Macho Man to announce the pick, not Goodell. Dunk on you, sis. What a legend. You know, the only other thing I could think of if this isn't JOK would be like Diami Brown, maybe. But I doubt that's what's going on here. I always get so quiet before these picks because it's like I'm anticipating the pick and then they put on these shows. They got to get their money's worth. They got like 13 billion? That can't be right. I thought I saw 13 million doesn't sound like enough, but King James, I will answer that question in just a second because that's a big one. But the pick here for the Cleveland Browns is Jeremiah Owusu-Koramoah. That is another A. So we're finally seeing these first-round players that had no business being available here. My God, Cleveland. Cleveland's awesome, man. Is there a more consistent front office right now than the Cleveland Browns? I don't know. Joe Barry has been lights out. What a pick. That coverage unit was like the one eyesore for them. And you added Newsome and JOK to it. Are you kidding me? Not to mention he'll contribute as a linebacker at times. Yeah, man. What a steal. That is an A pick through and through. To come up and get your guy. Whoops. The highlight's tiny. Let me take control for just a second here. Let's start it over because it was tiny. Very happy to be an owner of Cleveland Browns Super Bowl odds right now. The name off the screen. I know. I always have to shrink his name down when I plug him in. Yeah, he's awesome, man. He's going to be a great fit for that defense.
He looks tough.
He is very tough. As he lights that dude up.
That's my analysis.
Ian says the Steelers have been more consistent over the last decade for sure, but I just can't think of a move the Browns have made since Joe Barry took over that I didn't like. Their draft picks, their free agent signings. I mean, maybe the Austin Hooper signing, but he's fit into their system, and it's not like he's a bad football player. Just maybe a slight overpay, but it's not like he's bad.
People are wondering how many Super Bowl odds you have.
Oh, I don't have that many. I have Patriots, Browns, and 49ers. And I'm probably going to get Chargers, I think. Do I have Chargers? I don't know. I'd have to look it up. But I know I have those three. This is the first year since I started gambling that I do not have Packers Super Bowl futures because I just don't think it's going to happen. But yeah, I got to get to the Aaron Rodgers situation. Someone had a super chat about that. And then a lot of Vikings questions. A lot of people wondering if the Vikings will trade up into the second round. I wouldn't be surprised, but is there it would take a player for them to want to target, and maybe they'd want to go get like Creed Humphrey to play guard, but it'd be a great pick, but I don't see them coming up for an edge, especially with the guys left on the board. Titans are ready to make their pick. I will get to the Aaron Rodgers situation. Don't worry, but we got to see what the pick is.
Someone says Teddy needs pants, baby.
Teddy needs pants? Oh, he's flashing the camera. Dylan Radunes to the Titans. Heck yes. That's an outstanding pick. Another A pick for the Titans. And this is exactly one of the pieces they needed. I just was saying they need a tackle, they need a tight end, they need a receiver. There's receiver depth in this class. They're not getting a tackle later on. Not one that can start day one at right tackle. They still have a chance. I think they have 2 third-round picks. They still have a chance to get a starting receiver and a starting tight end. Outstanding pick for the Titans. They took a risk on Caleb Farley in the first round, but they back it up by getting a hell of a tackle who's going to start day one for them at right tackle. He also played that system in Tennessee. He played the wide zone. Sorry, for the Bison up there in North Dakota State. Played that wide zone offense quite a bit. So the Indianapolis Colts are up. You know they're looking for a tackle, and the board has started to diminish. We knew we were going to get this run on tackles. So according to my board, Jalen Mayfield, I don't know. I don't know if that's the pick. I don't know if I trust him in left tackle to be that guy for Carson Wentz. Brady Christensen's really the only day one, or Stone Forsythe. Or Stone Forsythe is a decent pass protector, but Brady Christensen's probably the only day one left tackle. I would also say for the Colts, like, they have the cap space, they have the flexibility to walk out of here and say, we didn't get our left tackle, it's fine. Let's go talk to Eric Fisher, let's go talk to Mitchell Schwartz. There's guys on the free agent market. They could even potentially get Alejandro Villanueva away from the Ravens. So there's still free agent options, even like a Rick Wagner. There's still free agent options out there. So we'll see. I think it would be a slight reach if they went with Christensen or Stone Forsythe, who have third-round grades on. Spencer Brown's another guy who I think those guys are really good tackle prospects. In a normal year, they're probably second-round picks, so I wouldn't shred it. It just probably wouldn't be an A pick for me. Keep an eye on maybe a receiver here. Do they go with a Diami Brown or even go tight end with Pat Friermuth? Or do they go defense, upgrade maybe at cornerback, maybe take a Paulson Adebo? It's kind of a tough spot for them to pick. Best player available here for me would be Pat Friermuth. I'll have him in my lap for a little bit. I'm good. I'm probably going to want some coffee in a little bit. The ESPN is in a commercial break, so I'm going to take a quick bathroom break. Real quick, just be back in a minute. Teddy, did you take over the whole The whole be right back screen. Why'd you do that? Is this all about you, Teddy? Is this show all about you? They're not even here to see me, are they? You jerk, stealing all the attention. And the pick is coming in. Here we go. Antoine Bethea, he was an awesome player. So, oh, ugh. All right. Look, Chris Ballard's a genius. He's earned the benefit of the doubt. But I'm going to be honest with you. I do not get it with Dayo Odeyingbo. I watched him. I gave him a 7th round undrafted free agent grade. I saw everyone liked him. I watched him again. I gave him a slight bump up because other people like him, but I still didn't like him. The hype continued into April, and I was like, what am I missing with Dayo Odeyingbo? And I just didn't see it. I'm going to stick to my evaluations and give this a D. I could just be wrong. I could just be wrong. I trust Chris Ballard as much as virtually any GM in the league. But I also trust myself. And I've done this in years past where I take a pick like this and I say, I trust the Colts to make it work. They don't always make it work. They can still be wrong. And I'm going to stick to my own evaluation here. And I'm going to grade this a D. So Dayo, he's a big guy. He's athletic, but I wouldn't describe him as uber athletic. He's my 29th ranked edge player. I have a 5th to a 7th round grade on him. He doesn't play with the power that he could with his size. He doesn't defend the run as well as he could at his size. And he doesn't have much pass rush. So he is a project. He has athletic upside, so to speak. But after you went Kwity Paye in the first, I really don't like that pick. And then we're getting the Steelers pick in here. This got to be Creed Humphrey, right? I mean, you marched that pick up to the podium. And if this is Creed Humphrey, it's like, this is why I told Steelers fans to relax because of the Najee Harris pick. And by the way, I still have not forgotten about Aaron Rodgers. We will get to him when we get some downtime here. Things are picking up. Let's see what they do. Oh, Pat Friermuth. Okay. I thought they were for sure going to go offensive line. I love me some Pat Friermuth, man, but that is not the pick I would have made. I would have taken Creed Humphrey and celebrated for days. Another situation where I trust the Steelers, but I'm going to criticize them for this pick. And I love Pat Friermuth. So I think he could be a heck of a football player, but they need offensive line. I'm going to give it a... This is a kind of wait and see thing because they could still pull out some offensive linemen here. But I'm going to give it a C- with a little bit of a to be determined tag on there. I think he's a hell of a football player. And it's another weapon for that offense. They have just quarterback and offensive line removed. They might have the best group of skill players in the league with Friermuth, Harris. You bring Juju back. You got Deontay Johnson. You got... oh, man. What's his name? On the tip of my tongue from Notre Dame. Was awesome last year, but it's not a terrible pick. It's just like, why are we not drafting offensive linemen here? You already kind of did the unpopular thing and took Najee Harris early. But let me talk about Aaron Rodgers now that we have some downtime. I think he's being kind of childish with like the whole waiting till draft day to just all of a sudden come out and say you're not you're not going to show up for the team. I think that's also a big shot at your team as well. Like, it's supposed to be a weekend of excitement, and all of a sudden Devontae Adams and David Bakhtiari are like, what the hell, man? What's this all about? So definitely a selfish move by Aaron Rodgers, and I've defended him from a leadership perspective a lot, but I'm not gonna lie, I don't think he's handling it the right way. So that does bother me, but at the same time, he's 38 years old. They're clearly building this team for Jordan Love in 2023. They're doing nothing to help him now. The draft last year was a joke. They have added no free agents in the last 2 years of any relevance. I mean, getting a Rick Wagner and frickin' Christian Kirksey, whatever.
You sound so sassy sometimes.
Well, they weren't good football players. They shouldn't have been signed. And now they just drafted a corner that may or may not contribute. He's pissed. He's pissed. He's like, I'm 38. Why should I continue to throw my body on the line and pour out, becoming an MVP quarterback doesn't just happen by having a strong arm. Like, he is dedicating time every single night, watching film, preparing, taking the hits. It's a grind. It's an absolute grind. And he's like, why should I do this if you don't care about this year? If you're so focused on the next 20 years with Jordan Love and making sure you have everything set up for him, what about me? So I don't like the way he's handling it, but I totally understand his frustration at his age after they just drafted his replacement, and the way that the Packers have just not built around him well at all. They're the only team in the league that lost starters and also did not add a single free agent, not even veteran league minimum depth. And he looks around the league and he sees Tom Brady, Patrick Mahomes, his peers at the top of the quarterback rankings. Their teams are going all in for them. They're like, what can we do for you? And they're not doing that for Aaron Rodgers at all. Vortex, Teddy is a Pomeranian. Oh, you beat me to it. Thank you.
Pomeranian with a bad haircut.
So the Seahawks, the beauty of the Seahawks trading their first round pick is that they can't reach for second, third round talent in the first round. The Seahawks are right there with the Raiders as far as reaching in the first round. And I said that when they traded Jamal Adams, it's like their 2 first round picks, to them, those are, third round picks for the Seahawks as far as how they draft. So we'll see what they do here in a second. They could still use a corner. Ian, you haven't heard of Pat Friermuth. Is he at least a second round talent? Oh yeah. Pat Friermuth to me was a first to a second round talent. I love Pat Friermuth. He's a total beast. He could be an excellent. He could be as good as your Travis Kelce's of the world. He has all the physical tools in the world. He's just getting started. Despite me giving it a C-, I think Pat Friermuth could be an excellent football player. But I'm just so curious. After he went running back in the first, what's the plan at offensive line there? I was tweeting about it today that they can make up for Najee Harris, or I like Najee Harris because they could get a Creed Humphrey where they were picking, and they didn't go that route. They went with Pat Friermuth. So it's tough. Here comes the Seahawks pick.
Let Mike Stevens know we'll get to this.
And Mike Stevens, we will get to your super chat. Dwayne Eskridge to the Seahawks. Interesting. I'm processing this. Really good football player. Very, very Tyler Lockett-esque. So that was my first thought. This receiving group is awesome. He's going to be a great playmaker for Russ. Vertical, just very Tyler Lockett-esque. Like, seriously. All around. So you could call it redundant, or you could just call it a compliment to him. I'm going to give it a B+. I don't have anything really wrong with this. The tackles available in this situation, like, they're probably not getting massive upgrades on the O-line. Actually, I say that, and then I remember that Creed Humphrey was available. So I'm going to change it. I'm going to change it to a C-. Only because Creed Humphrey on the board, that had to be the pick. Their center situation stinks. Their right tackle situation stinks too. To draft a third wide receiver, I kind of talked myself out of that pick. I think he's going to be a good playmaker for him, but he's not going to see the field a whole lot. And I know Seahawks fans are going to be really upset that yet again. I mean, like, seriously, I'm getting more and more pissed for the Seahawks fans. I'm getting pissed for you because you trade away your first round pick. You had a chance to take a first round center in Creed Humphrey, and you didn't take him. Yeah, that's like an obvious what are we doing here. Rams are going to get Creed now? Oh my god. Oh, wow.
So, Mike Stevens, we missed yours. He says, what do you think of Pitts wearing 8 and Javonte wearing 6? Love your content, man. Go Birds.
I wanted to like Kyle Pitts. Now he's wearing 8. No, I'm just kidding. I'm sure I'll get used to it eventually, but I don't like it. I love tight ends in the 80s. Go with 87. It's such a classic tight end number. Or 84 look good on him. Devontae Smith with 6 is fine. I'm cool with the receivers and the corners in the single digits. I'm totally fine with that. But, Colts rule. Last player the Colts drafted earlier than expected was Darius Leonard, so I'm perfectly okay with this pick. Yeah. No, for sure. I'll give him a chance. Chris Ballard's awesome, so he might just see something I don't see. It's very possible. But I did watch him and rewatch him and rewatched him again, and I just did not get it. We'll see how it works out. You know, he hasn't exactly nailed that edge drafting. He took Ben Bonnigu. He took the Ohio State guy. I would say this is much closer to those draft picks that just have not worked out. And then from Jedi Raltz, I love your avatar, dude. Raltz and Jedi are two of my favorite fictional just characters as a whole, so I'm a fan of you, Jedi Raltz. Is there a tackle or edge guy that Dallas... TFGF's laughing at me. He's just like, what a nerd. Me, not you, Jedi Raltz. Is there a tackle or edge that Dallas should take with their third round pick? Should they package? So I did, in one of my mocks, I had them getting Ronnie Perkins in the third round. I would love that for Dallas. I would be maybe zeroing in on Ronnie Perkins for them. And then the Rams drafting Kershaw to be Stafford's center. Yeah, did you guys know Stafford and Kershaw went to college together, or went to high school together? Did you know that? Hey, lovely. Would you like to get me some coffee?
What do you want?
Just hit it twice.
Are you gonna?
You could do an espresso too. Yeah, I can stay on top of the graphics for you.
It's just the name.
Yeah. If the Rams steal Creed Humphrey after, I don't like to spoil my deep dive stuff, and this is very far in the future, so don't hold me to this. But if the Rams take Creed Humphrey here, that's probably going to be enough for me to slide. Oh my god, Aaron Donald's making the pick too. Or is that Aaron Donald? I can't tell. Maybe not. He looks a little too thick to be Aaron Donald. No, that's not Aaron Donald. Orlando Pace. That'll do. If Orlando Pace announces Creed Humphrey, that's pretty special. Let's see. Tutu Atwell. Okay, well, I don't need to spoil my deep dive take quite yet because it was not Creed Humphrey. Here's what I'll say about Tutu Atwell. He could not have a better mentor to learn how to be that deep threat than Deshaun Jackson. He's the type of receiver that needed to go to a spot that is going to get creative with him. Sean McVay has talked in depth about how much he wants a vertical playmaker there, which they don't have. They have Van Jefferson, who I love. They have Robert Woods, who I love. They have Cooper Kupp. But Sean McVay has in his mind a plan. He wants a burner, a deep threat. It's why he signed Deshaun Jackson, but Deshaun Jackson plays like 3 games a year. Like, let's be honest. You can't count on him for anything. But he could be a coach for Tutu Atwell, which is scary. I'm going to give it a C+. And I'm going to give it a B-. I'm going to put it in that blue B range because I can see the plan here. I'm updating it myself. But, man, I can't believe I once did this all by myself. And now the Chiefs are up. I got a tweet about this last Tutu Atwell pick. Not to mention they brought in Stafford, who...
Got it.
It's hot. They brought in Stafford, who's going to unleash that deep ball. So, I think that has a decent chance of working out. A lot of people were dunking on him because he weighed in at like 155. You know, Deshaun Jackson plays at like 165, 170. It's not a bad comparison. If you're in the Rams offense where you're the 4th or 5th guy that they got to worry about, like, you don't have to worry so much about his size because he's not in a situation where he needs to run block. You're only having him out there to go deep. That receiving group is explosive for the Rams. Did I thank TFGF? Did I? I think I was going on a spiel. Thank you so much for the coffee.
It's a thankless job.
Well, she was gone. I was just saying I can't believe I did this by myself. I guess I didn't say thanks to TFGF, but that's what I meant when I said that.
Someone wants to know if your girlfriend is hot. No.
She is. Yes, she is.
No, I'm not.
Did you put like cream or?
Yeah.
Great.
I put your pumpkin spice cream in
Ooh,
it.
my pumpkin spice cream. Nick Bolton to the Chiefs. I like that pick. Keep him home. Kansas City, Missouri. Yeah, good pick for the Chiefs. I'm obviously alone in thinking that Monty Rice is better than Nick Bolton, so I'm not going to criticize them for it. And I like the kind of home. He's probably a Chiefs fan, would be my guess. I don't know where he's originally from, but yeah, he's good. He's a good playmaker. Him and Willie Gay are going to be lighting some dudes up. It's an explosive linebacker group. Day number 2 viewing fee. Appreciate you, Jagger. Question: who are my top 5 NFL players of all time? I always struggle with all-time questions because I just don't want to do a disservice to the legends. But for the grade, I'm gonna give it I'll give it an A. I like it. I don't have any true criticisms about this pick. And I will take another victory lap. I haven't been doing the whole victory lap thing this year. Just kind of letting things play out, but I did not think Nick Bolton was a top 50 player in this class. Some people were mocking him in the first round. I thought there was other linebackers way better than him. And I was lower on Nick Bolton if you were talking about him as a top 50 player, but once you started to get close to the third round here, that's kind of where I had Nick Bolton. Some people when I had him in my mock drafts around this point, they didn't think he would fall that far. But I'll take a little victory lap on that, on Nick Bolton not really being like this amazing top 50 player. But I still think he's that's a great spot for him. Pick 59, that's almost exactly, let's see. I bet Bolton was probably around my 60th overall player on my big board. He's I do have highlights. Thanks for the reminder. Gosh, that's hot. Where do I have? Whoops. Nick Bolton. Maybe a little lower. Where are you, Nick? At a 6.35. So he was actually 73rd, but pretty close. But positional value pushes him ahead of some of these running backs that graded out higher than him. Oh, whoops. I don't know what happened there, but let's start those over. Panda's not a fan of the Dwayne Eskridge pick. Yeah, I'm kind of with you, man. What did I end up giving it? A C-, D+? Okay, the Panthers are up. And the Panthers traded down here, no? They had a top pick. They must have gotten a future second to make that move. Did they maybe they recouped some of the Sam Darnold capital here? That's the one thing I don't have is the details. But I never answer my top 5 players all time. I mean, I'll just leave positional value out of it. So I think Lawrence Taylor, Aaron Donald, Jerry Rice. Those are the first 3 that come to my mind. And then, maybe I'd go Aaron Rodgers and Tom Brady. 4 and 5? Is that fair? TFGF says, yes, fair. And then top 5 players of all time to watch. So, again, I don't know the legends necessarily, but Randy Moss got to be on the top 5 for that. I think Aaron Rodgers, Patrick Mahomes, just the explosive. I don't think Tom Brady makes the list on top 5 players to watch. He's not an exciting player to watch. Ray Lewis, to me, was a big reason I got into football back in the early 2000s, or the late 2010. What was that? Early 2000s or late 2000s? But early. You know what I'm saying? That. How would you specify that decade?
I don't know.
Late 2000s.
Because that sounds like you're late 2000s.
Right.
Like
be
you're
the
at
2080s.
the end of. Yeah.
That's why I'm so confused. Late 2000s decade? I don't know.
Just say 10 years ago.
10 years ago? Yeah, that works. Almost 20 years ago.
Walter Payton.
50.
Yeah, we've only seen clips of Walter Payton.
I actually have a Walter Payton jersey in my closet. My dad's a huge Walter Payton fan, so I was raised to have a respect for Walter, the sweetness. Was Schefter wearing a poncho?
Do you have?
Oh yeah. I don't, but see if it's Metro Mugs /
I'll get it for you.
yeah. All right, the Panthers. Curious to see which direction they go here. Terrace Marshall Jr. Big fan of this pick. Big fan of this pick. I still don't know who's playing left tackle for them. I don't think I'm forgetting a pick. They traded down, right? They must have gotten like a future second to come way down. But I don't think there's a tackle here that you're going to be plugging in at left tackle to start. Maybe they can get involved in free agency there. I'm going to give this an A. I think it's just great value. He's a guy that could have been in the first round. So, especially considering it, if they traded down. But he's a player that will probably be a rotational player, but he has some excellent veterans ahead of him that are similar stylistically in Robbie Anderson, and they actually signed David Moore, who's a good football player too. So he's not going to have a lot of pressure on him day one. He's a young player. He's still 20 years old. He hasn't, produced a whole lot. That's probably why he's falling. He's never had a full season as a full-time starter because he was at LSU behind Jamar Chase and Justin Jefferson. But he's a really high potential player. This reminds me a little bit of when the Tampa Bay Buccaneers drafted Chris Godwin. They took an uber athlete that wasn't as productive as he could have been in college for circumstances that were out of his control. Full-sized receiver, potential number one receiver who doesn't need to start right away. It kind of reminds me a lot of that. So Panthers fans can be happy about that. But you're probably not going to see a ton of them in 2021. And that's okay. That's actually the first offensive player, too, that they've drafted since David Tepper took over for the team. Rizo, thank you for the super chat. Why is Rodgers not seeing the irony of threatening retirement like a child after the Brett Favre fiasco? He just scored 50. I don't know what that means, but was it Kevin King away from the Super Bowl? It has to do to me with the combination of drafting Jordan Love and then them really not supporting him a whole lot as far as playmakers, and I don't like the way he's handling it. It's the first time Aaron Rodgers has done.
This would 100% be me.
In a Bengals get up, like
can you not picture it?
Oh, I can totally see that being you. This is the first time in the entire era of this people shredding Aaron Rodgers thing where I'm like, I wish he handled it differently. Najak, thank you. Appreciate the kind words. Thanks for stopping by with the super chat. And the Saints pick Pete Werner, linebacker, Ohio State. So I'm a little bit lower on Pete. I think I had him at linebacker 11 or 12. Really steady impact. He is going to be a day one starter for them. Good football player. I don't know if he's going to be a great football player, but I'm a little surprised by the direction they're going. But he's a really good run defender. He's got the athleticism to cover. I'll give it a C+. I don't hate the pick. It's not particularly exciting, but at the same time, for the Saints, where do you go with them? You are walking out here without a corner. I would have much rather seen them go with like a Paulson Adebo. Honestly, I'd rather see them take a chance on like Kellen Mond. But he's going to be a valuable starting caliber middle linebacker for them, which they needed. Now, Dylan Moses was available. Jabril Cox was available, who I'm not quite as high on. Like, if they wanted a bigger guy, I get it. Also, obviously, Monty Rice, my dude. Also, from Max, we had a super chat. Is Cleveland-Baltimore becoming the best rivalry in football? Dude, that game they played from, what was it, like week 15 or something? That was such a great game. The one where Lamar came in from the locker room and led the team with the touchdown pass on his first play back. That was just such an epic game. That is going to be an epic rivalry for years to come. I really believe that. Creed. Okay, so if the Packers can get Creed Humphrey at 62, I mean, their options here are phenomenal. The ball is in Brian Gutekunst's court here. The Packers could go Creed Humphrey here and then maybe a Tylan Wallace in third. I'm trying not to get my hopes up, guys. We're getting really close. I've tried not to think about it because I'm just ready to get hurt again. But with Creed Humphrey available, who I thought would have been a better pick in the first round than who they took in Eric Stokes. I mean, hell, even Quinn Miners here I could get really excited about. But they have a bunch of receivers that would be outstanding picks here. But I think I'd rather them go with Creed Humphrey now. And then if they do go receiver, I'd like to see him go Diami Brown or Tylan Wallace. But what if they go Creed Humphrey now and Jalen Darden in the third round? I'm trying not to get myself excited. I'm expecting them to just take Nico Collins. I'm just going to visualize Nico Collins until they do something else. And if they actually make me happy, I mean, the Jordan Love pick was the only time in really the history of this channel that I guess that's not entirely true. I liked the Jair Josh Jackson draft. But since then, that feels like it forever ago. From JB, who plays slot receiver out of DJ, Robbie, and Marshall for the Panthers. In 3 wide receiver sets, I imagine it'll be mostly DJ Moore in the slot. But Marshall also played slot at LSU. But again, I don't see Marshall being a full-time starter there. I think he'll rotate with David Moore in year 1. Depending on what they're kind of... I'm sure they'll have formations where DJ Moore is the slot, in which maybe Marshall would step outside there. But even then, David Moore... Because you obviously have Robbie Anderson. I think Robbie's on the last year of his deal, so I think they're looking at Marshall as sort of the long-term replacement for Robbie Anderson, which I think makes a ton of sense. And then what is the best pick so far? What is the worst value? Tonight on day 2, I think I look at the Chargers getting Samuel. I look at the Browns getting JOK. Who ended up with Cosme? Tevin Jenkins to the Bears was unbelievable. And then whoever got Cosme, I forget. Was that... Radunes to the Titans was nice. I can't remember who ended up drafting Cosme. All right, the Bills pick is in. And then it's Packers time, guys. Time to get hurt. Carlos Basham. Wow, they're going all in on this pass rush. They're like, we will... taking Carlos Basham and then taking Rousseau after he took AJ Epinesa last year. They're like, we will hit on an oversized edge no matter what. I'm going to give this a B. I have a couple tweets that I need to fire off. I wish I had some Boogie Basham highlights to play for you guys. But a couple fire tweets that got to get out here, and then we'll get prepared to get hurt. The Packers pick is in. Almost done here. Oh, is that Gary coming out to announce the pick? I think it is, right? Yeah, that's him. That's my dude, Rashawn Gary. Hoping for a big year for him. Although, I'm surprised they didn't release Preston Smith to let him really thrive. All right. Creed Humphrey or bust. Actually, that's not true. They have other options. But I'm fully expecting like Davion Nixon or Jabril Cox or some just lame-ass pick. I'm so ready to get hurt. I'm already picturing Nico Collins. I'm ready to get hurt, guys. Yep, there it is. God, they suck. How do you not take Creed Humphrey? How do you not take... You're going to take fucking Josh Myers over Creed Humphrey. That is unacceptable. That's all I have to say. That's all I have to say. I have nothing left to say about this organization. They are the worst front office in the NFL outside of Las Vegas. It's true. There is no team that more consistently drafts like shit other than the Las Vegas Raiders. Using green letters for the yikes is too generous for that pick. Look at those happy assholes. You don't know what you're doing. They can't. I'm back to even keel. That's how little I give a shit. And now I'm back to normal. Time to join the dark side. We welcome you in open arms. Skull. 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 You know what I needed for that pick was this.
No, God! No, God, please, no! 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 No!
Or Evil Andre.
The nightmare will continue.
The nightmare will continue.
That's pitiful. I mean, it's absolutely pitiful to perform like that. Pitiful.
Mission failed. We'll get them next time.
Holy crap. I don't know who the hell we think when we do something like that. Unbelievable.
You don't know anything.
You're gonna miss the Chiefs selection.
Oh, man. Oh, the Chiefs take Creed Humphrey. Oh, my God. I'm going to rip my eyeballs out of my sockets. I want to scream.
What grade does Mr. Creed get?
Creed gets...
And how about you play some highlights?
I unfortunately don't have a lot of offensive line highlights. That's why
Okay, what grade?
I will give Creed Humphrey kind of a question mark there, but I'm going to give it a A, and I'll explain that in a second. do you spell scream? Is it A-M?
Yes.
So, what this says to me is that they are going to play. Not Tevy. Who's the guard they signed from New England? I'm gonna. Oh, name's escaping me right now. Just gonna look it up. Oh, shucks. Top left, thank you. Wrong team.
I thought you said New England.
Yeah, but he's on the Chiefs now. Joe Thuney. My assumption is that this means Joe Thuney will be playing left tackle for them, which he played in college, because they've added all these centers. They added Austin Blythe. They added Kyle Long. So, God, I just can't get the Packers off my mind. I hate them so much. They're literally my least favorite team in the NFL right now. How do they consistently draft so poorly?
Somebody super chat you didn't read.
Oh.
They said, who is the Bucs going to take a QB?
Oh, well, if they go QB, my guess would be Davis Mills, because he's more that pocket guy, I guess. But maybe you go Kellen Mond. It'd have to be one of those two. I struggle with those two. I don't think it'd be Trask. Maybe it would, but he is more local. Yeah, Josh. Some NFL front offices, they just don't get it. But yeah, just too good a value for the Chiefs to pass up. So I think Thuney is going to play tackle, because you have Austin Blythe, who they signed to play, assumingly, either center or guard. You got Kyle Long, and then they have Laurent Duvernay-Tardif still on the roster too. So Thuney's the only one of that group that I think could play tackle, and they paid him a bunch of money. So I'm glad I'm live right now, so I can't dive into Twitter right now, but
Me too.
just when you think they can't hurt you anymore, they go and do that. It's unbelievable. We were just talking about Josh Myers earlier in the stream. About how he does nothing well other than being the center for Ohio State. He doesn't pick up blitzes well. He's not a great athlete. He's light. He gets bullied by power.
I think your anger here is misdirected.
My anger is misdirected.
He's not that bad. He doesn't fit the team well.
He's a 4th-round player, and they had a 1st-round player at the same position that's a better scheme fit available.
He's not that bad, though. You don't want to rag on him.
No, I actually think he's going to be a bad football player.
Sass.
No, like, it was an awful pick. Like, F does not do that pick justice. You could have gotten receiver there. Who cares if, like, Josh Myers, who cares if you got him or not? The guys they took in the 5th and the 6th round last year are just as good of football players. They're interchangeable. There's no reason for you to make that pick if you're Green Bay. Take the receiver. It's right there with the Alex Leatherwood pick. At least Alex Leatherwood could be a good football player. Josh Myers, he's a 4th or a 5th round talent. It's just unacceptable for Green Bay. It just comes down to that. And that's who you're replacing the first team All-Pro center with, because you had to pay your running back. When you stack everything up, it's just like seriously, at least the Raiders walked out of this with Trevon Moehrig and Alex Leatherwood, who at least is going to start on the offensive line and be like a decent starter. I thought it was too early, but
The Chiefs traded for Orlando Brown.
right. Yeah, so you plug Orlando Brown into one of those tackle spots for sure. I was just talking about who the other tackle's going to be, but you're right. Orlando Brown would be left tackle, so that's my bad. Tevy would be right tackle in that situation. That's my bad, but that was my point about that whole thing, was they need to figure out the other tackle other than Brown. Super chat. Chiefs have Blythe, Brown, Creed, Tooney, Long. How did they use all these pieces? Yeah, so I think you go Brown, probably either Long or Blythe at left guard, Creed at center, and you don't forget about Laurent Duvernay-Tardif. Maybe they release him, but Duvernay-Tardif would be right guard where he's been. So you have a competition at left guard between Long and Blythe, which is fair because neither of those guys are like lock starters. Blythe's pretty good. Kyle Long hasn't played in 2 years, so you have a competition at left guard, and then right tackle I think is Tooney. Thank you, Vic. Yeah, I mean, you set the bar so low, you think they can't do any worse, and then they come out of this draft with Eric Stokes and Josh Myers. Wow. Wow, wow, wowie, wow, wow, wow. I can't think of a worse thing they could have done there.
Is Ohio Midwest?
Yeah, it's east of Indiana.
Yeah, I know where
Illinois,
it is.
Indiana.
But
Is it technically Midwest?
Yeah. He
I
said
think
for your Midwestern hospitality. I feel like I wouldn't.
Who said that?
The guy that's announcing the pick.
Oh.
I don't know if I'd consider it Midwest.
I didn't even realize there were subtitles there. I missed that. I could have been reading those the whole time. What's my grade on Myers? What's lower than F? What? He sucks. Don't tell me he's gonna be good or something. That was a terrible pick. That was one of the worst picks the Packers have ever made. I'm being mean. Well, I'm sorry. I'm missing it. They did Kyle Trask. Wow. Okay. That's a good change of subject. Interesting. So, if they can weed Kyle Trask's like random stupid decision making out, he could be a good football player. He's gonna have plenty of time to sit and grow there. The other thing here is, even if you're not drafting him for like upside necessarily, which I think, second round quarterback, the odds of him becoming like a star quarterback, it's obviously not very high, but I do like Trask as like a day one Nick Foles, which is my comparison for him. He's very Nick Foles-esque. I'll give it a B minus. So there's obviously a little bit of it, like he could develop behind Tom Brady, could develop some really nice tendencies. He's got a good arm. He can move a little. He senses pressure okay. So, like, he has some tools, but, like, just stylistically, I think he's very Nick Foles-esque. So he gives you, like, a kind of a... So, obviously, they're so all in on this year, right? The Bucs. They have pushed everything into this year, maybe a little bit of next year, but if something happened to Tom Brady, there goes your season. And you obviously never want that to happen, but this is insurance. Because I think, they don't have the cap space to sign a veteran quality, like to go trade for a Teddy Bridgewater or something like that. They don't have the financial ability to do that. So you get a guy on a $1 million contract who I actually think his day one impact basically as Nick Foles for this team, for a team that's so all in, I think it's justifiable. And then there's the hidden aspect of, like, maybe he develops. You never really know. I had a third round grade on Kyle Trask, and the Jags just got their safety in Andre Sisco. That's a good pick. Third round, I'm perfectly fine with Andre Sisco. For Cisco, I think, I actually have highlights finally. I'll give this A- for Andre Cisco. He's a good football player. I'm trying to see where forgot. I think I had Cisco as like safety 6 or 7. So he's a downhill player. Really good straight line speed guy. I think he's somewhere between I almost say Ronald Blair, but Marquise Blair. So yeah, he's my 6th safety. I have a true 3rd round grade on him. We are now into the 3rd round, by the way. So not a reach. It's like good value. He's somewhere between Ronald Blair. I just did it. Marquise Blair for the Seahawks and Adrian Amos is kind of his upside. He's a very stiff player. He's not someone that you want flipping into man coverage a ton, running like quarters coverages, coming down in the box, covering, slot receivers. He can do tight ends. He can cover tight ends. But just a stiff kind of downhill straight line player. He will light you up. He takes poor angles sometimes. That is very much something he can develop. He's got some decent range up there at top with that top speed. So just a guy that needs to develop, but a good football player. So I like that pick for the Jags. It fits a need as well. So overall, just a very solid pick for Jacksonville. And now the Vikes are up. Vikes could maybe sneak in an edge here. I'm going to pull up my board and just kind of... I could also see either a Tyree Gillespie or a Jamar Johnson here for the Vikings. Get some safety help in there. Would be a great pick. As far as the edge guys go, Ronnie Perkins is available. Ronnie Perkins is right up Zimmer's alley. 33-inch arms, 6'4", 250 pounds, explosive player. So I think Ronnie Perkins would make a lot of sense. And then you could even, if you wanted to, you could go with a Wyatt Davis or a Ben Cleveland or a Trey Smith or even Jalen Mayfield, who's still available. You could, if you wanted to, find another offensive lineman, get a guard, and all of a sudden your offensive line for Minnesota could actually be the line that Vikings fans have wanted for God knows how many years.
Someone wants to know, is it going to be back-to-back QBs? Do you think this next one's going to be a QB?
For the Vikings or for Houston? I don't think the Vikings go QB. Maybe they take Kellen Mond, which would not be a bad pick after they traded down, just to get another option to just see if he hits. I wouldn't be totally against it because at the end of the day, the thing keeping the Vikings back is Kirk Cousins. Not that he's a bad quarterback, but it's just you have to thread such a tight thread when Kirk Cousins is your quarterback. But I think your best chance is going to be probably going offensive line here. I would take... My pick would personally be Ben Cleveland because he's athletic enough to run the system, but you're super skinny in there. You've got at center... NFL Live only has 700 views right now. Is that ESPN's live stream? Let's go. We have double more than ESPN's live stream. You guys are amazing. ESPN can't hang with us. Not on this platform. This is our turf. You don't come on to YouTube, ESPN. Get back on TV, you scrubs. But yeah, I would probably go. My personal pick would be Ben Cleveland, just to get some meat on the inside, because you're going to be having Ezra Cleveland and Bradbury in the middle there, and that's pretty light. So if you can get a big athletic guard, it'd be a young offensive line, but the athleticism and upside there would be real nice. Any good defensive players left for Philly? I mean, if they could snag Paulson Adebo, that draft would be nuts. Who did they even take in the second round? I forgot. I think I liked their pick, right?
Mm-hmm. It was a very good pick. I can't remember who it was.
Oh, it was Creed. Not Creed, the other center, Landon Dickerson. So the Vikings, they did it. We got a new quarterback in Minnesota. Wow, Kellen Mond. So keep in mind here, the Vikings have like 4 third round picks here. So some of those names I just described, like Ronnie Perkins and Ben Cleveland, those are options that'll probably still be there later on. This was a free pick for them. They moved down. I'm going to give this an A. I do not have any highlights for him, but you moved down. This is a free pick because at 14, they could have taken Darrisaw at 14. I would have given that an A+. They ended up moving down. I think this was the pick they got. So you just take a random dart throw and throw it at a physically gifted quarterback that can just simply put, he can do things that Kirk Cousins can't do. And it's a very QB-friendly system. It's the Shanny system. He's got a great arm. He's accurate. This is a very good... The only thing with him is he's almost too to the book. I want to see him improvise a little bit more. But he's very Ryan Tannehill-esque. I've compared him to Marcus Mariota as well. I think he's got a real chance on this team, and it's a great spot for him to sit and develop. Kirk is going to bitch and moan about it because he's been like, I'm not going to mentor any quarterbacks. He doesn't want a good backup behind him. But you know what, Kirk? It's time for the Vikings to get some upside at quarterback, and it's a dart throw that is well worth it for the Vikings. So I think that's an excellent pick. And they still have, I could be wrong about this, I think they still have 3 more picks tonight. I think they have 3 third-round picks because I think they have a compensatory pick in there, and I think they have the third-round pick that they got back for Yannick Ngakoue. So they still have a lot of work to do tonight. You could still get an edge and a guard tonight. I think it's a really fun pick. Executioner was upset with Tony at first, but he's not bad. Yeah, I think he added some much-needed juice into the short to intermediate passing game for the Giants. And it gives you an out on Russell Shepard or Darius. Russell Shepard? Darius Shepard? Neither of those are right. Sterling Shepard. Preston says, to be honest, I forgot the Texans existed. This is the Texans' big moment. They finally get to pick. So my pick here, my first initial reaction was Aleem McNeil, who I did my best fits video. Is this for me or the dog?
The dog.
Like a tone setter up front, a good man up in the middle for that defense. But with Ronnie Perkins still available, I think that might actually be my pick. Just bring him down the road from Oklahoma. They need help on the edge there. So I think I'd maybe go Ronnie Perkins. But yeah, I'd be looking for a physical football player here. Joseph Asai is also available. I don't know how well Joseph Asai fits into Lovey's 4-3 Tampa 2 defense, to be honest. I like Asai much better as an off-ball edge. Atlanta for Asai could be a nice pick. Also keep an eye on that Illinois corner, one of these picks that I am almost positive they're going to take. Oh, wow. Wow. This Deshaun Watson thing is getting very serious. I'm kind of speechless, man. This was big because this was their first pick of the draft. This was the pick that they did all of their preparation for, and this is them saying Deshaun Watson is never going to play quarterback for us again, I think. Whether he's on a different team or he's out of the league, whatever the situation is. But I don't think it really changes anything for their team. Like, I don't think he's going to be particularly good. He has traits. People were surprised when I put him on my top 10 quarterback list because he was really not someone people were talking about. But when I first looked at him, no one was talking about him, and he stood out to me because that quarterback list came out pretty early. And I was like, yeah, I mean, he has a chance. He's a mid-round quarterback that has the tools. He's got the arm. He moves pretty well. But yeah, I don't think he's ever going to be a starter for them. I think that's pretty unlikely. Maybe they just start him, week 1 and oh, great, Grimtree. Really glad to see the Packers fans are defending the Josh Myers pick because of course they are. They would defend Brian Gutekunst if he drafted a freaking rock to play center, and he might as well have. I don't even want to think about that pick. It was easily one of the worst picks of the night of the entire draft, especially with Creed Humphrey just staring you in the face. Just unacceptable is the only word I have for that. That is not an NFL front office.
Do you have a grade or no?
For Davis Mills, I mean, it's such a unique situation. It's hard to
Too late. We're on to the
It's too late. I don't really have a grade. It's just perplexing. I wonder if they'll just start him. Jalen Mayfield to the Falcons. Whew, that's an A+ pick. He's probably going to be a left guard there, which I actually really like. I like Mayfield. For me, it was always, I had very serious questions about him as a tackle, but I love him as a guard. He might have been my number 1 guard, I'm going to be honest, even higher than Elijah Vera Tucker. But anytime you get these guys that are these tackles, you don't know, are they going to push back on you playing them at guard? Or are the teams going to force them into tackle? Mayfield is a just elite run blocker. He looks to punch you in the mouth. He has the strength to do it. And while he's not a great athlete at tackle, he will be a great athlete at guard. And that offensive line is rounding out. So I'm in love with this pick. I'm absolutely in love with this pick. They're left guard. Do you guys remember that mock draft I did where I had them taking, I think it was what's his name from Ohio State? The guard from, can I just take this for 1 second?
Sorry.
Yep. But their left guard is something called Willie Wright. I don't know who he is. I don't know what college he played for. I don't know where he came from. Oh. Someone just said rip video, which is, no, I think we're good.
No, you're fine.
Okay. I actually have Jalen Mayfield highlights, by the way.
Teddy, get ready for the Bengals.
Bengals are coming up. So they took Jackson Carman. I would run Quinn Miners up to the podium in a heartbeat here if you're the Bengals. You can line up Quinn Miners, Jackson Carman. I can get behind that offensive line if that's what they went with here. Joseph Asai, that's not a bad pick. It's good value. They needed edge. I think it's a good pick. I would have been more happy if they took Quinn Miners, but you can play that game all day. In a vacuum, it's a good pick. So I'll give this one an A. They needed upside at edge. He's going to be in a good position to develop. They're pretty good with these edge players. So I would have gone Quinn Miners, but that's pretty nitpicky. I'm still worried about that O-line, though. But I do like Joseph Asai. He's really athletic. He's a guy that has played off-ball. Now, I like him better in a 3-4 defense. And I know that the Bengals started to get a little bit multiple last year. But I think they're still more base 4-3. Can we get Teddy's thoughts? What'd you think, Teddy? Good pick?
Teddy's worried that someone needs to protect Joe Burrow.
Yeah. That's what he said. I heard it. Carolina is moving up. Could Carolina be coming up for an old lineman? I'm going to predict Stone Forsythe for this pick. That's my prediction.
What a name.
Yeah, Stone Forsythe. Oh, close. They came up for Brady Christensen. Very close. Like, neck and neck. When the Colts were on the board, I said the two kind of quality day one options at tackle that can be like potential day one starters, maybe not elite guys, but Brady Christensen and Stone Forsythe. It's a good pick. He's 25 years old. He's a little bit light, but he will start at left tackle for them. And I do like that pick. I'm going to give it an A just because I didn't want Greg Little starting at left tackle. You know, Christensen might have shorter arms. He might have difficulty dealing with power at the next level, but it is an upgrade at left tackle in the third round. I think that's excellent. He's a guy that caught a lot of steam. I put him in my top 10 tackles list. And then a couple weeks after that, he kind of blew up, and some people were throwing first-round hype out there. He's kind of been in that late second, early third-round range for me this whole time. So it's a good spot. It's a good value. Let him play out that rookie contract and probably let him go. Get an upgrade before his extension's up. Pick is in for the Giants. Is it Ben Cleveland? Man, that would be another great pick for the Giants. Okay. Oh. I got it. Quinn Miners would also be a super awesome pick. That's the other thing with the Packers, man. Even if you don't like Creed Humphrey, how do you not take Quinn Miners instead? The dude was born from the woods of Green Bay. Worked out lifting trees with his shirt off. And you take a lousy Ohio State center instead of the freak athlete out of Wisconsin. Just a tragedy. I'm not going to say something I regret, but I just don't care about the Packers, like what happens to them this year. I will cheer for them, but
So who in your chat is happy about their draft so far?
Good question. Who in the chat, what fans are the happiest? Chargers fans for sure. I think Vikings fans have got to be real happy. Jalen Beard, they didn't trade up. Thanks for the clarification, JB. That'll be useful to know. Dickerson was drafted by the Eagles, I think, not the Jets. Teddy's comforting me about that Packers pick. I don't even want to know what people are saying on Twitter. I bet Packers fans are defending it because
Pats, Bears, yeah.
Bears and Patriots. Whew.
Jags,
see a
49ers, Giants, Steelers.
A couple of Falcons fans are pretty stoked. Yeah, I mean, after the Falcons took Jalen Mayfield there, it's a nice draft. They took they got a nice safety in the second round too, which is kind of one of the big holes on that defense.
Lots of Bears, lots of
couple Chiefs.
Patriots.
Yeah. Patriots. Steelers are happy. They've gotten two really good offensive players. Yeah, Browns.
To Raiders. Rip.
Yeah, I mean, the first round was rough. They did get one of the better picks in the second round. Here we go. Aaron Robinson to the Giants. They have a long list of defensive backs. He's a good football player. It's a good spot for him. Now, I would have much rather had Quinn Miners in this situation or Can I take another W here on Wyatt Davis, the Ohio State guard? I'm going to take a W there too. I was never a big Wyatt Davis fan, and here he is slipping in the third round. A guy that was once mocked in the first round. I just never really saw a whole lot with him. But we're going to give Aaron Robinson a B-. He's a good football player. He's going to be able to wear a lot of hats for that defense. They need, they brought in the corner from the Titans. What's his name? From USC. Adoree Jackson, but they have some question marks in that corner room. So he can play either slot or outside, wherever they need him. I think it's just a good, solid pick.
Well, this came in fast.
Yeah, the Lions pick did come in fast. And Teddy might have to go dog for a little bit.
Teddy, why don't you go potty?
Frank Ragnow making the pick. I love it. He's like, who's ready to come bite some kneecaps? Is this Quinn Miners? Oh, Aleem McNeil. I love what the Lions are doing. Not a lot of people are going to like this Lions draft because they aren't drafting a receiver. But they are taking guys that are going to show up as rookies and get to work. I think the Lions were like, we don't want some stinking receiver. We're never even going to pass the ball. Who cares? That's a stretch, but they just want badass football players, and they've gotten 3 of them now. They got Penei Sewell. I'm going to give it a A because I think it's a great value where they got him. He gives you more size. You have Deshaun Hand. You have Levi and Uzarike. And the other thing here is they're getting good value on these players. They got Levi where he was supposed to go. They got Aleem McNeil right around where he's supposed to go. I have a second to a third round grade on McNeil. I compare him to Lorenzo Fatukasi. He's a very nasty, probably the best run-defending defensive tackle in this class. He played his senior year at 340 pounds. He lost about 20 pounds. He's a good athlete. He played linebacker in high school and running back. So I always appreciate a team that has a game plan and they announce to the world what they want to do and then they back it up. And they are going to be a physical-minded football team, whether they want to or not, whether the players want to or not. So the Eagles pick, and there goes Milton Williams. Wow. This is another A. This dude is an elite athlete. He is a next level, all-time 10.0 RAS, relative athletic score type of player. And this is a super fun landing spot for him because they have a bunch of veterans there. You got Fletcher Cox, you got Hargrave, you got Brandon Graham, Josh Sweat, and he's gonna be in a great spot to develop. And Jack Brown says Osa slipping. I actually don't see this as a slip for Osa. I have a second to a third round grade on Osa. I love Osa. But I'm not surprised to see him fall because he's a little bit like JOK, but he's not as good of a football player in that, obviously a different position entirely, but in that he is such a specific skill set that you need a very, there's only 4 or 5 teams that are going to value Osa as a second or third round player. But Milton Williams could be nasty in a couple years. Because I do think he needed to go to a spot where he would develop, and he's just going to be a rotational player for them with the depth they have on that D-line. And now the football team is up. They missed out on all those quarterbacks. I thought they might have been a Kellen Mond spot. Benjamin St. Juste. So let me talk about Benjamin St. Juste. I'm going to give this a B+. Here's where I'm at. If they play him at corner, I think it's a B pick. If they do what I'm going to describe here and play him at safety, it's an A pick. So St. Juste to me is a better prospect as a safety. The only question is the NFL going to play him at safety? Or is the NFL going to play him at corner? As a physical comparison, if you go to draftscout.com in between these picks, if you look up Justin Simmons, his height and athletic testing and his weight, almost an identical athlete to Justin Simmons, who's played some slot corner back to his college days. But Benjamin St. Juste should not be able to move as quick as he does in short areas. That's why I like him at safety. He's not a long speed guy. His technique at corner's fine. It's nothing that gets me too excited, whether you're talking about his press or his man or his zone coverage. But if they play him straight up as a safety with Cameron Curl, Landon Collins, and St. Juste as the third safety, oh my God, he is going to be so fun in that defense. That's a massive if. That will be one of my favorite takes of the draft season, however, if they do that, because he would have been quite possibly my fourth safety, maybe even third, if he was just declaring as a safety. But it's just like, are NFL teams going to keep him at corner, or are they going to move him to safety? Because it's pretty rare for that to happen. And he's also, by the way, the best tackling corner in this class outside of Patrick Surtain. So I'm very intrigued to see how they use him. And that'll definitely be one of my favorite takes if he turns into a stud safety. Because I tweeted, I was like, he's fine as a corner, but if a team is smart enough to play him at safety, I think they might be getting Justin Simmons here. And he plays like him too. He covers well in short areas, and he tackles extremely well. Super chats. Whoever gets Elijah Molden is getting the next Honey Badger. I don't know if I'd go that far. He's a slot corner. I never understood why he was going in the top 50. Yes, it's a valuable position, but it's a position that can be found. I think he's a really good football player. I wouldn't say Honey Badger, because I think Honey Badger's just a better overall athlete. I would say he could absolutely be Desmond King. I think he's much more Desmond King than he is Honey Badger, but I do think he's a great value in the third round. Don't get me wrong. But I don't know if I'd go as far as saying Honey Badger. And then Jack says, most overrated GM, John Schneider or Chris Ballard? Chris Ballard's not overrated. Not at all. John Schneider is my dude, but the problem with John Schneider is Pete Carroll has so much influence there that it's tough to know how much power he really has. He was thinking about like the Lions job. He was thinking about some other opportunities to go to a spot where he has more of a say and can actually build his team, not Pete Carroll's team.
The Broncos have traded with the Saints. Saints will be picking next after the
That's
Cowboys.
Fascinating. Saints are having an interesting draft. They've probably had one of the most underwhelming odd drafts so far. Peyton Turner in the first. And they took Pete Werner, who's fine. Teddy just did the cutest thing. You guys would lose it. Commercial break. I feel like we haven't had a commercial break in a while.
You need a break?
No, I'm good. I can never crack my back. I end up just hurting myself. Now I got to come back the other way. Don't mind me.
It's called being old.
It's called being old. That's right. Let's spunk up the the lighting in here. Let's get jiggy with it.
Oh no.
No. Cowboys. Who's the pick gonna be? Is this a Fetu Melifonwu maybe? Hey, we were just talking about Osa. Sweet. I'm excited for the Cowboys. That's a great pick. Now, the scheme fit's interesting. I'm going to give this an A-, only because the scheme fit, I think, is fascinating. And they don't have a lot of big-body defensive tackles. They have a lot of these lighter guys. And this Dan Quinn kind of struck out with some of these. He probably sees a lot of Grady Jarrett in Osa Odigizua because he's kind of that quick, powerful inside guy, and maybe he is. I mean, geez, I wouldn't rule that out with Osa. He's an athletic freak. But I think he'll play, honestly, a lot of early down edge for Dallas. I'm going to call my shot on that right now. So if you guys see Osa lining up at... I'm trying to fix my pillow situation here. Not easy. All right. If you see Osa lining up as a, edge defensive end on early downs, you heard it here first, where he can actually be a really good run defender on early downs. And then you bring in Randy Gregory, who's a abysmal run defender, and you bring him in on third and you slide Osa back inside. I think that's probably the role he plays there. But I like it. Did you? Did it not say?
Did I not save it? I'm sorry.
Come on.
I don't remember all of the things.
You can give it a A- too.
Okay. Who was it for again?
Dallas.
Okay, just ignore the top.
Oh, I see. You had moved on to the next pick. That's a bummer. You can just go back. The pick's coming in right now. But A- for Osa Odigizua. Super chat from Lenny. Thank you. Hunter Long or Brevin Jordan with the Chargers pick at 77. Well, if you can get Quinn Miners instead of those two, that'd be my direction there. But I'd probably go Hunter Long, honestly, over Brevin for them. Paulson Adebo to the Saints. Okay. That's my favorite pick of theirs. I think that's the best football player that they have drafted so far, and he was their third pick. Like, I don't even actually think it's all that close. If you flipped, let's say you flipped a Debo into the first round, and they took a Debo in the first round and ended up with Peyton Turner in the third, I think their draft actually looks so much better. So I'm just going to look at it like that for them. I think a Debo, was he my number... Was he my number 2 sleeper in this class? I made my sleepers video on Tuesday. This is A+ for the Saints, especially with the amount of corners that have come off the board. But I think he was either my number 2 or 3 sleeper, maybe number 1. I'm a huge fan of Paulson Adebo. I would have taken him in the top 50 picks. So, home run pick for the Saints. They needed a corner, too. I mean, he's going to start at outside corner, and he's going to be a great player. He fits their scheme, too, exceptionally well. They love quarters coverage. He's super comfortable there. He can flip his hips, convert zone into man. So, all right, Saints. All right, the Saints are back in business after that pick. I was very curious what they were doing, but they just made up for a lot of things, in my opinion. I think that's an excellent move. And to come up, they traded up for him, too. It's a good move.
You have a couple super chats.
So from Atomic Champ, thanks for the great draft stream so far. I found our channel this year. Question, who are we feeling best about in the NFC East so far? Probably Dallas. Probably Dallas getting Dak back, but Washington's going to be an elite defense probably, especially if, it's Benjamin St. Juste should not get me as excited as he does, but if he plays and starts at safety for them, I'm just going to be so ecstatic because that was a very out there take to say that he should be a safety. And the Chargers taking Josh Palmer, wide receiver out of Tennessee. So, Josh Palmer is not a bad football player. I do not like this pick, though. I'm going to give this pick a D. I think Josh Palmer has a chance to be in this league for a long time as a great fourth wide receiver, maybe even get up to be a number 2 receiver on the outside. I just don't really like the upside with him. He ended up we'll let the graphic post and then, or you already got. Or can I take the wheel for a second?
Yep.
So Palmer ended up as my wide receiver 35 with a sixth round grade, and I'm lower on him than a lot of people. But I would rather take a bigger guy, a Nico Collins, a Simi Fehoko. I'd rather take Amon-Ra St. Brown, Tamorian Terry, Diami Brown, Tylan freaking Wallace. I think it fills a need for them as a perimeter receiver to potentially replace Mike Williams. But he's a good football player. I don't think he's a great NFL prospect. So I don't know. It's a major reach for me. We'll see how it plays out. But
sorry, I didn't get
to Lenny?
Mm-hmm.
I got Lenny's question. Yep. Why did the Packers take Josh Myers? I'm so disappointed. I didn't think I could be disappointed, but I literally think they just took another second-round pick and just threw it in the trash. They did it last year with the running back. They did it 2 years before that with Josh Jackson. I can't think of a worse second-round drafting team than the Packers. At least they got... Okay, Chaz Surratt to the Vikings. It makes sense. Linebacker was under-the-radar need for them. I would have rather seen them fill out the rest of this offensive line. They still have a gaping hole at left guard. There's amazing guard prospects on the prospects. Some of the guys at the top of the board. Packers fans seem to like the pick. Packers fans are becoming some of my least favorite fans. They're so blind. I don't even think there's an argument that Josh Myers is one of the 3 worst picks of the entire draft so far. So Chaz Surratt's like a B- pick for me. I'm not like super excited about it. But a former quarterback, he's a really good coverage instincts type of guy. He's kind of, the Anthony Barr long-term replacement here. He's going to be fun next to Eric Kendricks. So just a solid pick. I think I'd rather, if I was a Vikings fan, I'd rather see them ensure that this offensive line can be great, because you still don't have a guard that I feel good at all about starting, whether it's left guard or right guard. But they still got picks coming up, so I will say I also like Monty Rice better. I do still like Jabril Cox better, but he's a good football player, Chaz Surratt. What are the 3 worst? I think Alex Leatherwood in the first is still, even though they flipped it and got Moehrig in the second, I still think Alex Leatherwood is the worst pick. And then probably Peyton Turner to the Saints, in my opinion. And then I think Josh Myers in the second is the worst, the 3rd worst pick in the draft. I can't think of anything that's worse. Didn't I have another F grade in the 2nd round? Odeyingbo I did not like, to the Colts. He's up there. So Raiders got a couple back-to-back picks. They have a chance. I mean, the Raiders could go, I bet they go Diami Brown. I think Diami Brown will be one of these 2 picks. And then who else could they take? I mean, oh yeah, Aaron Banks to the Niners was weird. And that was pretty high. That was at pick 43. We're in a commercial break. I'm going to take a 60-second break. If I can remember how I do that. A tradition becoming as old as time, the Packers forcing me to drink on draft night. To Josh Myers, may he become a first-team All-Pro center like the one they should have paid instead of Aaron Jones. I hate the Packers.
Woohoo!
Woo! At least the scotch is good, unlike their draft. And now the only front office worse than the Green Bay Packers is on the clock twice. Although I actually like the Raiders draft at this point better than the Packers draft.
Is this supposed to be like a Sims thing? Oh, you missed it.
A Sims thing? Yeah, I missed it, but why are you intrigued?
It just looked like it.
Pour scotch with all that ice? It's just a little cube. What's wrong with scotch on the rocks? I don't think Zaven Collins was a terrible pick, Will. I thought it was fine. Hey. Better watch yourself. So the Raiders, I think Diami Brown would, or Tylan Wallace. Keep an eye on one of those. And then I could see like Monty Rice maybe for them. Ronnie Perkins would be a great pick for them. You really hope Jabril Cox falls to the Rams. It's funny how many people are into Jabril Cox. I've never been. I have a 3rd to a 4th round grade on Jabril Cox, so I don't see it as a fall. But he was a top 50 player for a lot of people. So I'm another victory lap for me that I just never saw Jabril Cox as this awesome linebacker prospect. I think he's fine. He's got some smooth coverage skills, the length, but I don't know. Jaggers, thank you for the cheer. I appreciate it. Thoughts on Amari Rodgers? It's a good time for you to ask that because I think he's literally Hunter Renfrow. He's a day one. He's got a little more explosiveness, but awesome day one starting slot option. Really good run after the catch guy. I've been a big Amari Rodgers guy from the get go, but again, it's slot receiver only, so he's an acquired taste. Is Molden more of a slot or a safety? He's a slot corner. Okay, so do they just announce the Raiders picks back to back, or I mean they just had a 10-minute commercial break. They might as well just keep them out there, save some time. Quinn Miners to Miami? You're gonna make me cry, man. Josh Myers. Are you freaking kidding me? I'm not going to be able to get over this one, dude.
One announcement.
Alec Ingold's got the Packer fans front and center. He's a Badgers legend. Think Amari Rodgers to Jacksonville. I don't mind it. Yeah, I don't mind that at all because obviously the rapport with Lawrence, but Chenault's not a true slot. Malcolm Kuntz. So you can write edge for him instead of linebacker.
Can you move your coffee cup for me?
Oh, yeah. Interesting here. I don't like taking him over Ronnie Perkins. is a good football player. He's got a lot of skill to his game. He's got a little bit of juice. He's not a nobody. It's not like a major reach. I think I had a 4th to a 5th round grade on Kuntz at the end of the day. I'm gonna double check that real quick. So he's 4th to a 5th round grade. He was my edge number 17. So he's, yeah, you can take it back. He's gives you some potential upside at edge, but I just wouldn't be too excited. I'm gonna give Malcolm Kuntz. And then they took Divine Diablo. That's much more fun. So I have Divine Diablo highlights to play.
What is he?
He's a safety. Yeah.
What do you give these collective picks?
So I would give the collection of these picks. I'm gonna go B+ because I really like the Divine Diablo fit here. And the Malcolm Kuntz picks is like a C-. So I'll go B+. I would probably give the Diablo pick like an A-. I know it doesn't perfectly come out, but Divine Diablo did make my top 10 safeties list. Hold on, I feel like that's not Divine Diablo's highlights. That's Dylan Radin's. Hold on. I have Divine. Hey, sorry. Not sure how that happened, but I was like, that looks like North Dakota State. There's Divine Diablo. You can take it back. Grossi called it. What did Grossi call? That they were going to have a terrible draft? Because that's not much of a prediction for the Packers. So, yeah, Kuntz gives them some sort of athletic upside at edge that they don't really have outside of Yannick Ngakoue, which is a decent signing for them. I don't think he's going to turn into that much. I'm not that crazy about that pick. But Divine Diablo, they announced as a linebacker. It makes some sense. He's one of these overhang defenders, big nickel, outside linebacker. It's fine. It doesn't really matter what they announce him as. He's not going to be a Mike linebacker either way. That's irrelevant. I think fans get a little bit too caught up with those types of players. As far as like what their true position is, the role he's going to play is pretty clear. It's that overhang outside linebacker. I'd be very stunned if he's playing Mike linebacker for them, especially with Nick Kwiatkowski there. Oh, Grossi called Diablo to the Raiders in the first as a joke. Diablo in the first might have been a better pick. So the Dolphins. I mean, they don't have a lot of needs, so it's fine. I just don't get... I don't get why, kind of... I'm always so hard on the Dolphins, but my initial reaction here is just like, okay. I don't know who necessarily would have been a better pick. He's a good football player. I got a 3rd-round grade on him. He's Kyle Rudolph. He's got really good hands. He's going to be a chain mover. He's a real tight end instead of Mike Gesicki. I'm talking myself into it. For some reason, I was in the Kyle Pitts mindset because everyone kept mocking Kyle Pitts. So let me just wipe the instant reaction. I think it's a good pick. As a true tight end, when Mike Gesicki's not really a tight end, it's good value. I'm actually fully waking up on this. I will give it an A because the guys they have right now are just kind of blocking specialists, and he's a really reliable short area target for Tua. It's another weapon. I don't even know if I would call him a weapon. He's more like a safety net and a red zone weapon. So, and he's a decent blocker. He has room to grow there. So it's a good pick. He makes a lot more. He's my number 4 tight end. Brevin Jordan's my number 3. He makes a lot more sense to Miami than Brevin Jordan. So sorry for the initial meh on that one.
Someone said they just woke up, a super chat. Who has the Cowboys taken?
The Cowboys
Kelvin Joseph.
Yep, they took Kelvin Joseph and Osa Odigizua.
Yes.
Which I like both those picks a lot. I think I gave Kelvin an A just because I was happy that they didn't take Efetu Melifonwu, which can I take? I've started to take some of these victory laps. Efetu Melifonwu, what the hell were people doing mocking him in the first round, early second round? He's a third round cornerback prospect. This is when I'm okay with Efetu. You can start talking about Efetu Melifonwu now, but I'm going to take a victory lap on him. I have a third to a fourth round grade on Efetu. I never understood the hype there. So, yeah, Hunter Long will be another. I mean, seriously, you line up your skill players. And I liked, they got Liam Eichenberg. So the O-line's kind of shaping up. You line it up. Will Fuller, Mike Gesicki in the slot, Jalen Waddle in the other slot, Devontae Parker, and Hunter Long as your tight end. Pretty damn good skill position there. So I think Hunter Long is a better tight end prospect than Cole Kmet was last year. By a slim margin, but kind of a similar player. You would have preferred Miners for Miami? For sure. For sure. I will say Miners is a little more specific for a wide zone offense, which they don't really have in Miami. So I get why they don't really like him. So Washington's up. Carolina, Dallas. Another commercial break. They're starting to crank these things out. They're like, we got to get these in. Draft's coming to a close. This has moved along pretty quickly. There's another 20, like another 20 picks, but.
So I feel like this year you've given a lot more A grades than you did last draft. Do you feel like this draft has been more expected as far as the picks?
That's a good question.
Thoughts on?
I think, for one, I think it's maybe a deeper class. I think there's better players, so I'm a little more excited about the guys getting picked. That's really my only maybe explanation for that. But it's definitely noteworthy. Like, maybe a better draft for a lot of these teams. From Christopher, Hunter Long over Miners, or a running back just not hyped about this draft. Yeah, I definitely understand it. But again, with Miners, he's really exciting in a wide zone offense, which they don't run. So I understand why they might not like him as much. And there's Dyami Brown. Oh my God, Washington. Stay killing it. This is an A-plus pick. Dyami Brown is such a fun football player. He's a deep threat, but I think he can be more than that. This is super reminiscent of the football team getting Scary Terry in the third round. Very kind of similar prospect, to be completely honest. Ryan Fitzpatrick's gonna have a lot of fun. Oh, they're the team that got Sam Cosmi in the second round. Oh my God, they are crushing it.
Do you have any highlights?
I do not have any highlights. I think I'll have more highlights next year because I didn't get the all-22 footage until like February, so I'm going to start collecting that sooner. And then we'll have hopefully highlights for like everyone next year. I have to fire off another Packers tweet because I'm still mad about the Josh Myers pick. I always feel better when I can go off on the Packers on Twitter. It's just like yeah, take that, Brian Gutekunst, you suck.
How
Do
about
better.
Tommy Tremble? What do we think?
Ooh, I like that, Tommy Tremble to the Panthers. So Tommy Tremble is in the same mold, I would say. I'm going to give it a... You know what? I'm going to give it an A. Again, you're making me like second guess if I should be giving these A grades out, but I really think these teams are crushing these drafts. So Tommy Tremble fits the mold of like a Foster Moreau, who I really like, a Dawson Knox, who I really like, underutilized, really good athlete, and an excellent blocker in college. So he is going to help them block immediately. And they don't have anybody else at tight end, so he's almost going to have to contribute as a receiving tight end. So I think it's a fantastic fit. I was wondering if they were going to get a tight end. Now, him over Brevin Jordan is fascinating, but I can see the argument for it. I really can. He's a better blocker, and he's probably a little faster. So I can see the argument for it. You're kind of projecting there because Jordan was the one that produced in college. But traits matter, and I think he's going to be pretty fun there. So from Micah, where do I get all 22 footage? So unfortunately, I can't disclose that. I get it from a connection, and I don't think I'm allowed to put that out there. I know a lot of people wanted a better answer than that, but that's all I got for you.
You have a Citrix that donated $2. Cheers.
Citrix, thank you for the super chat. Also, I saw you, Bobby. Thank you for the super chat as well. The self-control to say something positive about the Dolphins. The Dolphins have had a nice draft. I think Dolphins fans might be pleasantly surprised with the final grade. They went about it in a roundabout way, but I think they got there.
Packers traded up, babe.
Packers traded up? Wow. Just in time for Diami Brown to come off the board. Great job. I mean, I'm fully expecting Sage Surratt, Nico Collins. I mean, who's my 36th ranked receiver? Hey.
Oh.
We have two mouses, so it can be, we're fighting over the steering wheel a little bit. Chauncey Golston and the Cowboys, that's interesting.
I get it.
I bet it's Josh Imatorbebe for the Packers. My 28th receiver, 5th to a 6th round grade. TJ Vasher, great prediction. Ben Mason, yeah, get that fullback in there. Yeah, another running back. It can't get any worse than it's been. So for Chauncey Golston, I predicted Osa to play some early down edge, and I think that's out the window with Chauncey Golston. He fills exactly what I was describing that they need. I like Randy Gregory, but he's not a 3-down player. So Chauncey Golston is a dominant early down run defender. It is a little bit early. I don't think he's a high upside player. I'm going to give it a C+ because I'd rather go with the upside in the Oklahoma edge, who I struggle with his name for some reason, but Ronnie Perkins. I would have rather gone with the upside there, but I think Chauncey Golston will play a role that'll be impactful for them as a rookie, which when you get into the third round, you do occasionally start looking for guys that can step in and fill a role, and you'll feel good about that. So the Packers are up.
Can you answer these super chats first?
Yes. Where do I think this draft class ranks compared to past ones? what I think of some of the losers of the draft so far are and the biggest steals. Hang on, the Packers are up, so I gotta get my reaction here.
Oh, she's acknowledging it.
Hmm?
She just acknowledged it on TV.
Hey, they got a slot receiver. I should be more excited than I am. I mean, it's going to be really good for them. That's their best pick of the night, or their best pick of the draft so far. That's probably their best pick in the last 2 years outside of Jordan Love. So I can be happy with that. I'm not going to be all, bitch and complain about it, but I just can't get past the Josh Myers pick, man. That was one of the worst picks of the draft. Easily. But Amari Rodgers, I mean, he's exactly what they needed in the slot. So good job, Brian Gutekunst. You drafted a receiver that's shorter than 6 feet tall that can actually freaking separate. He's going to be nice. He's going to be really nice. I will give this an A grade. Good job, Green Bay. Josh Myers, really? What if that was Creed Humphrey instead of Josh Myers? How does the tone change? Josh Myers sucks, dude. He's not a good football player. Ugh. Where's my scotch?
The Vikings are up again. They're having a
Yeah, I think they have
pick-heavy year.
I think they have a couple third-rounders here.
Yeah.
Josh Myers. I can't even look at the TV.
Okay,
some super chats. So I will tell you, I think this class is deeper at the impactful passing positions: quarterback, receiver, corner, pass protecting tackles and guards. But when it comes to like defensive tackle, safeties is kind of weak. But I think in general, it's just a deeper class than last year. Not as top heavy, potentially, with like elite talent, like a Chase Young, for example. But as far as like the winners of the draft, the steals and stuff, I'm going to reserve all of that for my draft grades videos. After tomorrow's stream, I'm going to get to work on divisional grades, and you'll get a real good grasp on that kind of stuff, like grading each pick, who are the best picks. But just a snapshot, because you did give me the kind super chat, I would say Chargers killing it, Vikings killing it, and I'm sorry if I'm ruling anybody out that's doing well. Worst drafts, I would say Saints has been a little bit suspect, but I like the Odeyingbo pick. The Packers. Broncos has been interesting, to say the least. I don't think there's any drafts where I'm like think it's setting everybody back. I mean, obviously draft doesn't do that. I'm going to have to take a deeper look at everything before I answer that question, I think. And then from Hussey's Huddle, could I see Chuba Hubbard slipping into the back end of the third? Yeah, I could see it. I could see it for sure. I've got a fourth on him, so if someone believes they can get 2019 Chuba Hubbard back, he's a second or third round prospect, so wouldn't surprise me.
You have some more if you scroll
down. Some more super chats. You guys are so generous. Thank you so much. Can the Steelers draft or sign a decent tackle realistically? Yeah, I think they could attract an Eric Fisher in free agency. Oh my God, JB. JB, you're the GOAT. You're the GOAT of the Maryland series. And now you are the GOAT with the best comment so far. At least the Packers will have one A. Rodgers on the roster. Goated comment.
Cheers to that.
Cheers to that. Ugh. Man.
I think you need some Teddy.
I do need some Teddy. He's sleeping.
No, he's gonna watch you. Come here, Talkie.
Here, buddy. What's with the Ronnie Perkins fall? I don't know. Maybe a medical thing? Chiefs need to get Tylan Wallace. Yeah, that'd be a hell of a pick for the Chiefs. Oh, thank you for the snuggles, Teddy. Vikings pick coming in. Man, they could steal a really good offensive lineman here. And they did. Whoa. Wyatt Davis at pick 86. The Vikings. So, you're sure I can't become a Vikings fan?
Yes.
But they're so much sweeter. When Aaron Rodgers is gone, the Packers will not be able to hold the Vikings jock strap.
Yeah, and then you can become Bears.
I don't want to become a Bears fan. This is an A+ grade. So Wyatt Davis is a hell of a run blocker. He gives you some more strength on the inside. He gives you a real guard. Ben Cleveland, I think, can be the other guard. Dude, the Vikings offense, not only are they setting up to be highly successful this year, you just pissed off Kirk Cousins by drafting a quarterback pretty early. It was almost a second-round pick. Kellen Mond gives you some upside. You got Justin Jefferson. You got Adam Thielen. They're still going to have a chance to maybe add another receiver. Not to mention the defense is going to be reloaded. Vikings are killing it. Become a Chargers fan. I've always been a Chargers fan. I got my... Oh, the Teddy cam's off, but... I got my Derwin J in the back there. I'm going to be putting Chargers Super Bowl bets down, I think. I got to apply, crazy dude. I can't just sign up. So the Steelers are up. You could get a Quinn Miners here, which would be a really nice pick for them. Keep an eye on like Spencer Brown maybe at tackle. I think you got to go O-line. Also, Ronnie Perkins would be a sweet pick for them. Kind of fills that Bud Dupree hole. Those would be my top 3 predictions. Spencer Brown, Quinn Miners, and... do it from I got him. Timeout. All right, Steelers pick. Is this the same guy that did the Cowboys pick? He's taking notes. Kendrick Green. Wow. I guess they announced him as a guard, but I think he'll play center for them. And that's another really good pick. I'll give it an A only because I think Quinn Miners... I mean, that's very nitpicky. Maybe value-wise, he's a true third-round pick, whereas Quinn Miners... Anyway, that's nitpicky. It's an A pick. Be happy with it, Steelers fans. 49ers just traded up with the Rams. But I think he'll play at center because you got Dotson. Unless the plan is to kick DeCastro into center. But he's a really good football player. Underrated player. He's one of the better sleeper prospects. So that's a good step towards addressing the O-line. And this offense is just, it's getting rejuvenated with really good football players. And I think that maybe makes the Friermuth pick look a little bit better. Tackle's still a question mark there. I think they probably like the Western Michigan guy that's been there. And then maybe they can get a veteran to sign there. But Najee Harris, Pat Friermuth, Kendrick Green. You're just sparking up that offense because their defense is good to go. Nolan, am I doing another NCAA 14 dynasty? And if so, try Oregon State or UTEP. Much love from Canada. Probably not going to be getting to NCAA for quite a while, to be honest. We're going to be starting up a Madden rebuild once I get the roster done after the draft. Oh boy, Jaquiski Tartt, this could be awkward if they take a safety. Oh, Trey Sermon. Wow. That would have been really funny if they called the player up and then they drafted his replacement just to see like his reaction. Because Tartt's a guy that's probably not going to be around there forever. Sermon is a nice fit here. It was a sneaky need for them. Raheem Mostert, I'm going to give it a B. It's a good pick. Raheem Mostert is eventually going to be out there or has a difficult time staying healthy sometimes, but I know he's talked about wanting to get paid. I don't know if the Niners are going to pay him. Trey Sermon, I describe as a speed train type of runner. He's very Tevin Coleman-esque. I compare him to Marlon Mack. He's got the top speed to be that home run hitting threat. He's definitely a Shanahan-style running back. So he definitely fits there. It was an underrated need for them. And I think he's gonna be a really good running back for them. All right, Texans are coming up.
Wasn't it supposed to be the Panthers?
Yeah, they traded it. They
I missed
traded
it.
it. They wanted to make you do more work. All right, Teddy. You are making me feel much better. '49ers finally getting a feature back. No, I think they'll still stick with their hot hand approach, and I don't think Trey Sermon's like a elite. Maybe he'll turn into that, but I don't think he has like the elite traits to be a true feature back. Yeah, Ronnie Perkins for the Texans would be a great fit. So what do we have, like 12 more picks? Well, I do updated rosters for old gen. There is actually, currently it is updated thanks to College Football Guy. But it's out of my hands. It's all in the hands of the community. But I think College Football Guy is going to step up. I don't want to put too much weight on his shoulder, but he seems pretty enthusiastic about it. Trey Sermon equals Zeke. There's similarities for sure, but as hard as we are on Zeke, he's a much better athlete than Sermon is. When do I think Ema Torbabe from Illinois goes? You didn't think I could get that name? That's not that bad.
It's not what was the name I was trying to stay from last year's draft?
Oh, Noah Igbenogany?
Yeah.
Can you say that?
No.
Well, you're already halfway there. You just said no. Just add an and then an Igbenogany. I have Ema Torbabe as like a 5th to a 6th round pick. I think he's just going to be a really good, like, long-term receiver. I compare him to Zach Pascal. Great blocker, hands guy, not a great route runner, not a big separator, but you got 16 more picks. All right. Do I have any more Red Bull? Nope. Do I have any more coffee? Yes, I do. Thank God. Scotch and coffee. What a combination. What?
Just move the Teddy camera.
Oh. You guys are weird. What do I think of the Panthers trading down so much? I was just thinking about that. For one, they lost a decent chunk of picks for the Darnold trade, right? So they probably want some of those back. But they also just might not, just strategically speaking, love drafting in a year with the COVID year and all of the question marks. They might see this as a year that has a lot more, I guess, luck involved. So they might, I don't know what picks they're collecting, to be honest, but if they're loading up on picks next year, so the Texans pick I think Ronnie Perkins here would be outstanding. Nico Collins. Hey, that's not a bad pick this late. They lacked size at receiver. So you've got some kind of short speed demon types. You got Cobb, you got Kiki Kuti. I feel like I'm forgetting someone, but they lack some size. And I think that's definitely a missing piece for them. I'm going to give it a B. He's not my favorite receiver, but I think he's solid and could be a good number 2 possession receiver. Caserio didn't learn from N'Keal Harry. Yeah, but the difference is Collins actually runs routes, unlike N'Keal Harry, and he's like 3 inches taller. Like, if N'Keal Harry was 6'4", he might actually be a half-decent football player. And N'Keal Harry went in the first round. I had a third-round grade on N'Keal Harry. Devin Funchess-esque. Exactly. Exactly. Not just the Michigan thing. He is very Devin Funchess-esque. I have to do it from the YouTube. I can't do it from here. Okay. Where did I list Amari Rodgers and my thoughts? I had him. So anytime you have a true slot, whether it's receiver or corner, it does get a little jumbled. I had him 12th on my receiver list as a third-round grade. So they kind of hit him smack dab where I thought he should go. It was a great pick. The Amari Rodgers pick was a great move by Green Bay. I love that they're finally adding an actual slot option there. So it's a consolation. I still can't forgive the Josh Myers pick. But the Vikings just took Patrick Jones, edge out of Pittsburgh. A lot of people really liked Patrick Jones, and I get it because there's plays from Patrick Jones where you see him fly off the ball, use his length and speed, and this is I can guarantee you will hear Danielle Hunter's name when people are talking about Patrick Jones. Similar stuff, like not productive in college. Actually, I don't know how many sacks Patrick Jones had, but I know he wasn't like a super high consistent pressure guy. And he's got the length, he's got the get off. This is Zimmer's prototype. It makes a ton of sense. So between him and Wanham, you hope one of those guys can reach their ceilings, because I said it from the get-go, man. I'm starting to take some of these victory laps because I feel like there's a lot of negative comments out there. I need to reinforce some of my good takes, but how many people saw say yes or retweet in the comments if you saw the Vikings taking edge at 14? And if there's any position where Zimmer says I'll give it a B+ grade. If there's any position where Zimmer says I can develop this dude, just give me the athlete, it's edge. I don't think he had any intent of drafting an edge in the first round. So I'll give this one a B plus. It just cut. The Browns pick is coming in already. The only reason I'm critical of it is I'm not even getting time to analyze Patrick Jones. Ronnie Perkins, to me, would have been the better option there. I think he's a much better football player. I don't know what's going on with Ronnie Perkins, but it's still a very good pick. I saw Patrick Jones land on his butt too much. He sometimes lost his balance and his control. But I totally agree with the fit, and I think he could be a very good player for them. He's kind of similar to like Josh Sweat, who's a third-round pick by the Eagles. Wow, there's the Browns luxury pick. Anthony Schwartz off the board. I'll take another quick victory lap because I said the Browns needed one more little piece. A gimmick player, a Jalen Darden, an Anthony Schwartz, a Tutu Atwell. I was kind of sliding these players in. I'll give it an A for this just because of the upside. So I was sliding in these third like distraction pieces for the Browns, who have everything on offense except for that last little piece that they can just say, this is your assignment. I want you to either get to this place down the field and catch the ball when Baker hits you 40 yards downfield, or just catch this little pop pass. Because there's too much shit going on in Cleveland to worry about. You got the best offensive line in the NFL, period. You have the best running back duo in the NFL, period. You have, one of the best scheme or whatever, the most annoying Shanahan scheme. It's not necessarily the best play calling or whatever, but it's a great scheme that brings you in different directions. You got Odell coming back. You got Jarvis in the slot. You got a tight end that you got to worry about. But now you have to worry about the speed of Anthony Schwartz. Even if he catches the ball 15 times this year, he adds an extra layer to this offense. And I don't know if he's ever going to become a great football player, but it's not like he has drop issues. He's only 20 years old. And in a situation like this where there's no expectations on him, he's a total luxury pick. It's exciting. He's a total boomer bust pick, but it's fun. Now the Titans just took my dude, Monty Rice. Let's go, Monty. Yes. I'm so happy to see Monty Rice in the 3rd round. I'm so happy to see someone liked him. This guy is such a good football player, man. I see Eric Kendricks when I watch him play football. He can cover. He defends the run. This is going to be an A pick. I want to give it an A+, but I'll stay grounded. He covers players, not grass. He's one of the few linebackers in this class. I think Zaven Collins is the only player that when he drops into his zone, he picks someone up. He doesn't just stand there and let the quarterback manipulate him. They need a long-term option. They got Jamon Brown on like a cheap 5-year deal, but I don't think they're going to be able to afford him long-term. I think he's going to play much better and get a big contract. So I'm excited about this pick. Monty Rice might not play a whole lot in the first year, but that tells me that they really like him as a football player, and they have plans for him. So that's pretty sweet. I will say, as excited as I am about Monty Rice, you could have grabbed a receiver or a tight end, but I'm a big Monty Rice fan, so I gotta give them the A. I have a 2nd to a 3rd round. I have a straight up 2nd round grade on him.
We have a commercial break.
So we got a couple super chats. Ryan Millen, how do we feel about the Giants draft this year? Feel free to become a Giants fan. I don't see that happening anytime soon. I just don't like Daniel Jones enough, but I like the moves they're making. They traded down. Who did they? I know I really like their 2nd round pick, but I'm trying to remember because they took the UCF corner, which I like. I like the 1st round pick in Tony. I'm trying to remember who they took in the 2nd round because that was my favorite pick of theirs. Who was it?
What do you want?
The Giants' second-round pick.
Oh,
Azeez. Yeah, Azeez Ojulari. Yeah, it's just, I mean, they're just getting good, valuable picks. I think, getting the first-round pick next year is probably the biggest thing that happened for them, because if Daniel Jones doesn't work out and you're giving him pieces to help out with that, you're going to have 2 first-round picks to maybe go get a guy next year. I think that's maybe the biggest thing that's happening, but I think all around they're having good picks. We'll get a final grade for them. And then from Chris, bringing me back to Josh Myers. I had just gotten him off my mind, and now you're bringing me back. Did the Packers really take Josh Myers over Creed? Also, thanks for the awesome draft season. Thank you for the nice comment. TFGF's like, cheer up. Get over yourself. I can't. It's unbelievable, man. I'm just in shock that they could have done that. It's like they said, well, Corey Linsley was from Ohio State, so obviously Josh Myers will be great.
Remember when you made the pick and you were like, okay, I'm even keel. I'm over it. And yet, we're still here talking about it.
We're still here because it's a big deal. An NFL front office should not be that bad at their job. I can't. I'm not going to smile. She's trying to help. I'm not yelling at you. I'm just putting on a scene. Oh, man. Packers make me so angry, dude. Chase, how do I feel about the Green Bay picks? I'm late. You're not late. You're just trying to get a rise out of me. For the second year in a row, they said, a second-round pick? Let me turn it into a piece of garbage, and let's just drop it right here into the trash can. Because that's what they did with Josh Myers. 4th to a 5th-round center prospect they took in the 2nd round. Why do I think the Broncos draft is interesting? I will answer your question in just a second. We got the Bills on the clock. Pick is in. Spencer Brown to the Bills. I like it. So, the Bills don't have a ton of needs. They've gone edge a couple times. They really like having depth and talent at tackle. This is a nice spot for him because obviously you have Darrell Williams there, but I think this is like a long-term potential star tackle. He is a super high upside. This guy's one of the best athletes at offensive line in the class. So it's a little interesting because they're pretty set at tackle, but you could potentially, if he's good, you could potentially slide Williams back into guard where he's played and then put Spencer Brown in there. But he's also insurance. I think he's too tall to be a guard, to be honest, but it's a bit of a luxury pick, but he's a really good prospect. They're definitely focusing on physicality in the trenches with Rousseau, Basham, and Spencer Brown. So I'll give it a C+. Just because I don't think we're gonna see a lot of them there for a while, but I don't know. I'm trying to be a little bit critical of some of these picks, but I don't really know what else they could have done. It's maybe a B-. But back to the super chat on the Broncos. Why do I think the Broncos draft is interesting? Well, just like they took a corner that's not going to play a ton, but I didn't hate the pick, and he's going to match up on tight ends in those interdivision games. And then they trade up for a running back. Like, whatever. He's a good running back. And then, have they just traded down since then? Am I missing someone? I just thought their first 2 picks were a little bit of a surprise, but not necessarily bad. So the Ravens are up I'm trying to think. Maybe Quinn Miners this late for them could be like a Ben Cleveland, or they still need a tackle. Maybe a Stone Forsythe. They hit on Orlando Brown in the fourth before. Stone Forsythe's not that far off. He's not a great run blocker, but he's a long, big, mauling tackle. Doesn't get beat by power, so that could be a potential starter at tackle for them. Another player that people had like first round buzz on that I was like, no way, Stone Forsythe's a first round player, but and there it is, Ben Cleveland. I love it. He's a total Ravens pick. I was just curious if this stream's not fuzzy. Ben Cleveland's one of my dudes. He was my number 2 guard, and he's an influx of just power for this run game. I think he probably starts at left guard. If not, he's going to provide really good competition there. I think they're fully convinced at this point that they're going to be able to get Alejandro Villanueva. I'm going to give this one an A. I really like Ben Cleveland. I had a second-round grade on him. I actually have Ben Cleveland highlights. It's the only interior offensive lineman I got highlights for. Are they? Oh, okay. Yeah, it's just a mauler, right? I thought he was one of the more underrated players. I think he made my top 10 sleepers list. And I'm glad he's a Raven now, because that could potentially make me look really good. Great offensive scheme fit for him. Because I have no doubts that he's going to be an awesome run blocker. It's the pass protection stuff that might hold him back from a day one starting job. But it's not like he's a bad pass protector. He's just got a little bit of refinement to do. And now the Bucks are in. They're starting to speed this thing up.
Who is this lady? Do we know? People have been asking.
I don't know. Robert Hainsey to the Bucks. So Hainsey, I find it really smart what the Bucks are doing. They went with kind of their upside pick, but they're actually taking. I thought maybe they would use this draft to maybe draft for upside a little bit more. But I don't think that's what they're doing. Joe Tryon, yes, is upside. That was a smart pick in the first round. But they see him as the third pass rusher. And he's going to make an impact for that defense. They took Trask, who, yes, he's got some theoretical upside. I don't think they really believe that. I think they see Trask and they're like, he's our backup quarterback for really cheap. He's our Nick Foles. If anything happens to Brady, Kyle Trask can give us a chance. He can get hot and have a couple good games, and maybe it works out. And now they took their swingman guard tackle. They had issues with the right guard last year staying healthy. So Hainsey's not a high upside player. He, to me, I'll give it a C plus. Go B minus. But yeah, he to me is more insurance for the offensive line. You got your insurance at quarterback, and now I think they see Hainsey as a guy, if anybody gets hurt, left guard, left tackle, right tackle, he's done it all. He's got great technique. He's not a great athlete. I don't think he's ever going to be some elite player, but I think what they're doing is smart. They're just taking like guys that will potentially back up the elite talent that they have. They're like, well, we can't draft any starters, so let's take backups. They could be taking swings on like boomer bust players, and maybe we get that a little more. But Deontay Smith would have been perfect. Yeah, but I like Hainsey. Hainsey was a little bit higher for me than others. Hainsey was my 7th rated guard. I did have a 5th round grade on him, but I have him as a high impact player. If I sort by impact grade at guard, he's actually 6th. So technically a reach, but if they literally don't care about the post Tom Brady Buccaneers, I think their draft makes a lot of sense. And maybe Trask does something, but
Teddy, are you having a good draft? Are you having a good draft? Tell me. Tell me. You are? Tell the chat. Are you having a good draft? I don't know if they can hear him.
let's turn the mic up.
Or bring him
You're
closer.
going to be really loud, but
Yeah, bring him closer.
well, he's not going to talk if I'm holding him.
Teddy, are you having a good draft? Tell me. You are? Who was your favorite pick? Still Justin Fields? I know, that was such a good pick. Who was your least favorite?
Josh Myers. You hated Josh Myers? Yeah, he was so bad, right? Why would they take Josh Myers? Creed Humphrey was right there.
Teddy, tell him.
I know. Yeah. God, Creed Humphrey could have been a Packer.
How about do you want a treat? Oh, here you go, buddy.
Oh, he's just as sad about Josh Myers as I am. Oh, Teddy, you're a good boy. Yeah. He feels the same way I do.
The dog is real.
The dog is real.
Teddy is actually quite chatty.
He's very chatty. He doesn't bark, but
He doesn't talk to Marcus though.
unless you get him.
Unless I instigate him.
Yeah. This is the content you don't get on ESPN. That's damn right. Where else are you going to get that? Dogs complaining about Brian Gutekunst? You just can't find it. By the way, Fetu Melifondu's still there. Not going to say I told you so, but kind of saying I told you so. Patriots are up, and they select...
The suspense.
Lots of suspense. All right, we're just going to do this because people are... Stanley Morgan's drawing this one out. Ronnie Perkins for the Patriots. Wow. Wow. I mean, this has to be another A for the Patriots. They've had all A picks. They're going to get an excellent draft grade, man. They don't even need him, but he's too good to pass up. I mean, they got Winovich, they got Uche, they got Hightower. But, man, he is an ultra-powerful player. He gives them some pass rush upside as a true pass rusher. He defends the run better than he gets credit for. This defense has like 30 players. They're going to have a difficult time come cut day, honestly. This defense, if you go every position, their D-line is nuts. They got Barmore. I mean, their pass rush in general with adding Barmore and Perkins is awesome. And then you have like 4 outside linebackers with all those dudes. The middle linebacker situation might be the one spot next to Hightower that's kind of up in the air, but they do bring Adrian Phillips down. I don't know if he's still on the team. Also a note I just thought of. There was reports about Christian Barmore maybe having like work ethic issues. Well, the Patriots took him, which means he doesn't have work ethic issues because Nick Saban does not lie to Bill Belichick. So I think we can pretty safely throw those reports out the window that I never put any stock in, but just goes to show you, like, all these reports. And the Chargers take Trey McKitty. So the Chargers, after the first 2 rounds, it didn't really matter to me what they did. But I will say, they've taken a couple third-round picks and taken 5th, 6th-round prospects. Like, I'm not going to lie there. McKitty's got huge hands. He's got 11-inch hands. Catches everything. He's a good run blocker. But he's not a starting tight end. He's a tight end 2. He's good, you know. It's a very they do have Jared Cook, so he'll help in the run game, but I don't know. It's a D. I would have gone Brevin Jordan over him in a heartbeat, or just not taking Trey McKitty. I don't know. I take Quinn Miners. Take another guard. Make sure that offensive line is dominant. I'm just not. The Chargers already crushed the draft. They got Slater and Asante Samuel, but Palmer and Trey McKitty in the 3rd round. Just kind of like, why? What's going on with Jalen Darden? Well, I hyped him up a lot. I never expected Jalen Darden to go in the top, I thought maybe end of the 3rd. But I knew all along he was going to be here in the 3rd, even though I would have taken him earlier. Hey, buddy.
So if anyone is worried about Teddy being up here, this is Teddy's favorite spot to be, is next to Marcus.
Yeah,
This is what he does all day, every day while I'm at work.
Yeah, he like jumps up on my knees and he's like, "Can I come up on the desk?" He loves it up here. He lets me know when he has to go potty or he doesn't want to be up here.
He just likes to be next to people.
Yeah.
He's a weird dog.
He's a very weird dog, but yeah, he's...
Don't worry, we're not using him as a prop or anything.
No, he loves it. And he gets treats out of it. Which I think he forgot he's got one right here.
I don't think he likes that treat.
Did these go stale?
Maybe.
Oh, this one's really hard.
Quinn Mearness, baby.
There you go, Denver. Let's go. Hell yeah. Woo! So, I think he beats out... One of my better calls last year was the center out of LSU, Cushenberry. People loved... Hey, it's the video I was talking about. See, he gets in shape by working out in Wisconsin. But he does have a shirt on, so I lied about that.
That was an irrelevant detail, baby.
There it is. Yeah, the shirt's off.
There we go. That's the content I'm looking for.
So, I can't believe the Packers took frickin' Myers or whatever the heck his name is. I don't even want to think about him. Take Quinn Miners. He's a hell of a football player. So, I didn't like Lloyd Cushenberry last year. People loved him. I thought he was a 4th or 5th round player, and he did not have a good rookie year. He's one of the worst starting centers in the league, and you just got a massive upgrade. A+ pick here for Denver. Dude's a freak athlete. Like, testing numbers off the charts. They announced him as a guard. It's because I think he played guard at UW Whitewater, but they have guards. They've got Glasgow and what's his name? From Kansas State, right? The left guard. Not a player that you hear mentioned a whole lot. Kind of bothering me. I can't think of his name, but they're good at guard. Center is where he's going to start. Never thought I'd hear TFG celebrating another man taking his shirt off. Well, there you go. Only Quinn Miners.
And Matt Nagy. And Indy Dalton. Or are these just my fantasies?
I think those are just your fantasies. Thank you, chat. Dalton Reisner is the left guard there.
I missed something?
No. They were just the guy. I couldn't think of his name. Okay, Dallas Cowboys pick 89. Getting close to the end.
99.
99. Nashawn Wright out of Oregon State. There's your press man corner. This guy's 6'4". So I don't hate the pick. I'm gonna have to pull up the draft board to see what my grade was on him, but he just hasn't played a lot of football. I'm just gonna read my blurb just to get a reminder, because I did him pretty late in the process here. But Nashawn Wright he's my 31st corner, fit to a sixth round grade, but he's 6'4". So obviously we talk so much about scheme fit at corner. This is your scheme fit, and I never want to celebrate a guy falling in the draft, but Ifeatu Melifonwu is not my guy. I went against the tide on him very strongly, and he's going to fall into the 4th round. A lot of people are going to be very surprised about that. I don't see a huge difference, honestly, between Nashawn Wright and Ifeatu Melifonwu. So let me read the blurb on Nashawn Wright. To put this in perspective as well, he has the highest potential grade of anybody past the 5th round. So he's not a joke as far as his athleticism goes. He ran a 4.49 at 6'4". So Wright, you just deleted the whole blurb. It's okay, I can undo it. But I was about to read, and the whole paragraph just turned into a T. I'm like, T. There's
just trying to prepare for your stream.
I know. Okay. There you go.
Chat, you have to give me a little bit of leeway. I am not a graphic designer here.
You are doing amazing. So Wright is a polarizing project at 6'4", and average NFL movement ability, which makes him an above-average athlete given his length. So what I'm saying is, if he was 5'11", his short area juice and speed would be NFL average. But the fact that he's 6'4", adds value to that because he's so long. He has some stiffness and doesn't have elite speed, but in a zone-heavy system that won't leave him on an island, he has intriguing upside. He is incredibly slender and will need to dramatically improve his ability in press if he's going to fit a Seattle press 3 mold, which is exactly what we're getting here with the Dan Quinn defense. He also hasn't played a ton of football and will need to grow in the film room as a zone-heavy player. If a team has confidence in their ability to get right up to speed in a zone-heavy defense, he is easily worth a day 3 pick to stash and develop for a year or 2. So, almost a day 3 pick, almost a 4th round pick. So a slight reach here. I'm gonna give the pick a we're way past the grade, but I'll still give it a C+. It is a slight reach, but I totally see what they see in him. He's not gonna start. He's not gonna give you that day 1 impact. but he could get there in their system. You don't get a lot of 6'4" corners that can actually move a little bit. And he just hasn't played a lot of football.
Oh, Teddy was gonna go to sleep. He's
back up.
Hi, buddy. He says, "Mom, I'm tired."
He's gonna sleep well. I think I'm tired too. Melifonu's there. Yeah, I'm just not a big Ifeatu Melifonu guy. I'm just not. I don't really fault them for not picking him. I think I'm just gonna say it. I think he's a dime a dozen cover 3 press corner. I think he's Trey Flowers. It's okay.
Oh, that was quick.
Here, Teddy. Mom's got to do work. I will give you a pepperoni because I'm the better parent.
Not legally.
Well, if this ain't just the most fascinating pick, my comp for Elijah Molden is Desmond King. There's your type. There's your archetype. They just lost Desmond King, and they replaced him with Elijah Molden. Molden might be a little bit quicker, a little bit better as a man defender. I think I actually mocked this in one of my third rounds, what I would do mock drafts. Super instinctive, day 1 slot corner. Heck of a pick for the Titans. They have revamped their secondary now with Caleb Farley. Totally, keep in mind, totally different position here. Elijah Molden is not a perimeter player. He's a true slot corner. If I did separate position rankings and just did a slot corner board, he would be the number 1 slot corner. So this is an A pick. This is exactly where I thought Molden should have gone in the 3rd round as a slot player. I never understood the 2nd round buzz on him, so I'm not really surprised that he became available. It's close to a steal just because he's a really good football player, and the fact that you can still get a guy like him in the 3rd is interesting, but it is what it is with the slot corner thing. You just don't need to invest in it highly. You know, this team gave a 6th round pick for Desmond King last year, who was, one of the best slot corners. But not to talk down on it. Giving it an A. Excellent pick. From Jalen Beard, corner Nick McLeod blurb because I played him in high school. We could do a Nick McLeod blurb. I think he's on my draft board. And then the Lions pick here. There's the Ifeatu pick. He's off the board. All right. We'll see what he can do. Really good athlete. Press corner. I had a 3rd or 4th round grade on him, so this is right around where he should go. He gets obliterated in man coverage. Lions fans better pray to God that Justin Jefferson, Allen Robinson, Devontae Adams in this division don't get matched up on him because he will just get eaten alive. But he's in a spot where he can develop. They can work with him. Aaron Glenn's a phenomenal defensive backs coach, one of the best in the entire country. So if he works out with that coaching, I'm not going to be stunned. Gets to stay in a dome too in Detroit, but I'll give it a B. I'm not gonna shred him. He ended up going about where I expected him to go, not where other people did. So pretty good pick. I don't know if he'll work out or not, but
I'm very interested to see how your B picks do this year because you haven't given a lot of Bs.
Yeah.
You've given a lot of A's, a couple C's, a couple D's
and F's. Yeah, not a lot of B's.
Not a lot of B's.
Yep.
So I think they have a lot of potential to go either way.
Mm-hmm. Definitely. I had a thought. It was about something. I think, do I have a Ifeatu clips? No, I do not have a Ifeatu clips. So the Niners are up. Niners have not addressed the corner situation at all. Oh, that's what it was. JB Beard wanted a blurb. But they're already rushing out this Niners pick. But yeah, we'll get you, what was the player? Nick McLeod. Can't remember if I evaluated him or not. I know he's pretty low. No, he's not that low. I got him a draftable. Oh, for Notre Dame. Yeah, okay, no. And I forgot about him. The Niners. Ooh, Ambry Thomas. I love it. Thomas was one of my dudes.
Hold on.
He made he didn't quite crack my top 10 corners list, but he did make my Guys podcast, for those of you that caught that. He is really smooth. He transitions extremely well in space. He's an excellent press corner. He's one of the best pressers in this class. He was my 12th corner, so just missed the top 10 ranking, but I had a third-round grade on him. And he didn't play in a lot of zone coverage in Michigan. He ran a lot of bump and run man coverage. And the Niners have gotten back to a little bit of that stuff, and we'll see what happens with Sala leaving. So I think there might be an adjustment for him to kind of get up to speed as a zone corner. But I think as far as the athleticism and the potential to play that system, it's really high. So I'm going to give this A-. It's almost exactly where I had him graded there in the third round. So that's a nice pick. It's a really nice pick. And then I'm going to read that blurb from the super chat for
Mr. McLeod.
Nick McLeod. So Nick McLeod's my 34th corner. I have a 5th to a 6th round grade on him, which shows you the depth of this class. My 34th corner is draftable. McLeod is a high-profile corner with lots of room to grow in press and zone IQ. He is light and gets brushed off easily with contact and very well. May project best in an off-man heavy scheme where he has starter potential. One second. Okay, sorry. Technical difficulties. So, yeah, he's not super physical. His man coverage has room to grow. So I might like him better in like a off-the-ball, cover 4 kind of Vic Fangio-style defense. He projects well in man coverage, though improved ability to press would greatly benefit his versatility in these schemes. Overall, he's an intriguing day 3 option with developmental upside, who impressed in his ability to transfer over from NC State and fight for a starting job that was not handed to him at Notre Dame. So there's a lot of athletes like him in this class. It's why it's such a deep group. But you get a guy with 6 foot, 195, a lot of experience, 4.45 40 kind of guy, fluid hips. Like, you don't usually find those guys in the 5th round, but this class has a lot of them. Amon-Ra falling is a good call of mine. Yes, Jack Brown. I think I had a straight up 3rd round grade on Amon-Ra St. Brown. So I will take some credit on that one. Appreciate it. So the Rams are up. They went 2-2 with their first pick. I would say, that's funny, the super chat just came in with Tyree Gillespie to the Panthers. That would be my pick here for the Rams. He fits their cover 4 scheme if they want to go cover 4. We'll see what they end up doing ultimately, but I think they could use a 3rd safety for the Rams.
Chris, we are going to be live tomorrow. What time are we going to be live?
I think the draft starts in the morning. I think it starts
at noon.
Yeah, noon Eastern maybe?
I think noon our time. Maybe 1.
Yeah, I'm not sure.
But we'll both be making an appearance tomorrow. I'll finally be making TFGF appearance.
Okay.
Pending that I feel better in the morning.
There you have it. There you have it.
Make sure you join us tomorrow.
Is this the last pick? I think Baltimore?
We have 2 more.
Yeah. I should probably figure out what time the draft is tomorrow, though.
I'm pretty sure it's noon or 1.
12 Eastern time, so it starts at 11.
Oh, 11. All right.
Yeah.
We've got to get up early.
Ernest Jones. So they go linebacker. Ernest Jones is a really good athlete. He's more of a developmental type. I'm not the biggest fan of him. I'll give it a C plus because he fills a need. But I think I had him in like the 5th or the 6th round. He's a really good athlete, so they might see something in him. But I just think he's kind of your typical raw developmental guy. He was in this cluster of athletic linebackers, so I had him 20th. I had a 5th to a 6th round grade on him. So they basically spent a 4th rounder on him. It's not the biggest reach. But good tackler, good tackling grades. Decent awareness. Just a young guy with good athletic traits, some upside. Probably not going to start day 1 for them, but they have a good chance to turn him into a good football player. So maybe wouldn't have been my pick. I like Isaiah McDuffie way more. But kind of what they're looking for. EDP says I trust Les Snead. Yep, Les Snead knows what he's doing. Far from the biggest reach tonight, Josh Myers. Jabril Cox. Dude, Jabril Cox, another good call of mine. People thought he was a top 50 player. I never understood that from day 1. Like, the difference to me between Jabril Cox and even, like, the guy that just went, I think it's minuscule. And a lot of people are crazy about Cox, but I just don't see him. I just don't see him being a high upside player. Brandon Stevens with the last pick here. This is maybe the best place for Brandon Stevens to go. This dude is tall, athletic, gifted player. Has no idea what he's doing on the football field. But in Baltimore, where he's going to be their 4th or 5th corner, I mean, this guy, I think he's 6'2". I think he ran like 4.39. He's got good ball skills. He is a potential Jimmy Smith replacement. I mean, this is planning for the future. I think it's like a B grade. Just to gamble on an athlete like this, I think definitely works. And you could have gone to like a Marco Wilson for sure, but I have no problems with that pick whatsoever. And is that it?
That's it.
Wait.
Oh, no, one more. Sorry.
One more.
One more.
Yep.
It goes to 105.
Yep. And now Denver. With the final pick of the night. Almost pushing 5 hours. Baron Browning. Vic Fangio's going to have a fun time developing this guy. Another player that got a lot of hype late. I think I had him 4th round. So right around there. He is like an athletic freak. He's a guy with a safety background. He's played some edge. He's played some Mike. He's played some Will. He's done a little bit of everything, but just has not really found out who he is as a football player. And I think Vic Fangio is going to be able to figure that out with him. So given the fit, I think this has got to be a B+. He wasn't my favorite player in the class. He doesn't play with a ton of instincts and anticipation, especially in coverage, but really physical guy is going to defend the run. So good pick. Good pick to round out the draft for Denver. And that Quinn Miners pick was unbelievable value for them. So that's the draft. Not the whole draft. That's the first 2 nights. Another great stream. Thank you, everybody, for tuning in. We'll be live one more day tomorrow starting at 12 p.m. Eastern. We're going to have TFGF making the appearance on camera, not just the audio. Teddy will be there if he wakes up in the morning. Might be a little sleepy, but awesome, man. Thank you, everybody who tuned in.
Thank you all for the super chats and the cheers and just for joining us.
Absolutely. Absolutely.
Can't wait to see you in the morning.
Yeah, can't wait to see everybody tomorrow. Get some sleep, and we'll see you in about 12 hours. Almost on the dot. It's 10:45, so stream will be going up about 10:45 Central in the morning. Good night. Cheers. All that. How many is konnichiwa?
I think that's hello.
Is that like aloha where it can work both?